I'd like to call the meeting on November 15th to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsath.
Here.
Councilmember Coop. Here. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, all 7 present.
Thank you. So tonight, our first 2 items are closed sessions. One is a conference with the city attorney on the case of Green versus Palo Alto. The second is a conference on property negotiations for 300 Homer Avenue. Let's go to the public and see if any members of the public would like to speak on the closed session. I see one speaker, should be given 3 minutes. Rebecca Eisenberg, you can speak now.
Thank you so much. As to Green versus the city of Palo Alto, as you know, I've been very disappointed, along with many other people, at the city council's continued insistence on not complying with the order previously given by the Superior Court. I read the press release from last month, the month before, where the city of Palo Alto announced that it was going to appeal this decision, claiming the very abstruse and claim that there are significant questions about the application of the law. You know, I'm a lawyer. Significant questions about the application of the law is lawyer speak for, we don't have a case, but we're going to file this anyway. Now, in a situation where the residents weren't waiting for the $12 million owed to them, and the residents are forced to foot the bill for the appeal, maybe it would make sense to take a chance. But basically, according to the news from several months ago, you're willing to pay up to $4 million to avoid paying $12 million that you owe the residents. That then would, of course, total to $16 million. And please know that sometimes in these lawsuits, if you lose, you would then be liable, also for attorney's fees. I can't, of the other side. I can't for the life of me imagine why you think this is a good idea. I recognize that you don't have the cash right now to pay this out, because I watched the budget sessions very closely and I noticed no line item for the money that you legally owe residents for what was clearly an illegal tax on utilities payments. So you don't have the money to pay, but that's because you didn't set it aside. Within the context of so many budget cuts, and what you propose as a pretty tepid way, of taxing businesses, it's really no surprise. This is a problem of mismanagement, and it is a problem that goes directly against the promises that you made to the people who elected you. Let this appeal go. Take the sunk cost. Don't make any more costs. Create a payment plan. Pay us back. Pay yourself back. We're all owed money. Please do this for the voters, for the residents, for the people you're in charge of protecting. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other public speakers, so I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so go ahead and vote. Not seeing any council hands either. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Okay, so we are scheduled until 6:40. We do have a very full agenda, so we're going to try to potentially even get back sooner than that. So I'd suggest checking in at 6:30 to see if we're back. Okay, we're going to go into closed session. And Councilmember Tanaka, if you're there, if you could turn your camera on so we know we have a quorum. Okay, so council's returning from closed session with no reportable action. We're going to move on with our agenda. Item number 2 is a special order of the day, really recognizing some heroic acts. And I'd like to read these proclamations. So there's 2 proclamations, and I'm going to kind of read them together. So this is recognition and appreciation for Orlando Kent and for Benjamin Bellamy. Whereas on the morning of Wednesday, August 18th, 2021, a stabbing occurred at an intersection in downtown Palo Alto. A female suspect walked up behind a 16-year-old girl who was crossing the street, attacked her with a knife, and pulled her to the ground in a crosswalk. And whereas Orlando Kent was driving through downtown Palo Alto when he witnessed the assault, saw the suspect straddling the victim with the knife still in her hand, immediately parked his car and ran to the victim's aid. And whereas Benjamin Bellamy was walking his dog in the area when he heard screaming, he saw the suspect on top of the victim with a knife in her hand. He too ran immediately to the victim's aid. And whereas after the suspect ignored Mr. Kent's repeated request to put down the knife and tried to attack the victim again, Mr. Kent tackled the suspect off the victim, wrestled the knife away from her, and pinned her down to the ground with the help of another Good Samaritan until officers from Palo Alto Police Department arrived. And whereas while Orlando Kent was doing that, Mr. Bellamy assisted in pinning down the suspect to the ground, also waiting until officers arrived. And whereas despite sustaining major injuries to her upper body, the victim is fortunately on the path to a full recovery. And whereas Mr. Kent's selfless and heroic actions to protect a complete stranger at incredible personal risk to himself most certainly saved the life of the young woman, as well as Mr. Bellamy's selfless and heroic actions also contributed to saving the life of the young woman. Now, therefore, I, Tom Du Bois, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby recognize the heroic act and express sincere appreciation to Orlando Kent and to Benjamin Bellamy. So thank you both very much for being here tonight. There was also another person who helped who wanted to remain anonymous, but you guys really made a difference. I'm going to come down and present these, and then I think we'll hear from members of the public as well as the council. Yeah, I should take a mask down for pictures. Would any members of the public like to speak to this issue? I see 2 hands. Aram James. Aram, did you want to speak to this item?
Okay, yes. I actually didn't hit this, but it was a profound contribution by those gentlemen to save a life. And I just want to thank them for intervening where so many other people might not have been as courageous. Thank you very much to both gentlemen. And thanks to the city of Palo Alto for offering them such an appropriate resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And then council members, let's see. So Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I just really want to offer my deepest thanks to both of you. You know, I think in an age where we kind of idolize superheroes, I mean, we're so fortunate to truly have two in our own community. And you know, I saw a story yesterday that reminded me of your heroic acts and really the risk that you put yourself in. A 20-year-old man was killed intervening in a stabbing in West London earlier, I think over the weekend. And that could have been the two of you, but you didn't stop and you didn't think about that. You jumped in, and sorry, I'm getting just emotional thinking about it. And you risked your lives to save a young member of this community. And I truly honor you, and I thank you for your service and your heroism. Thank you.
Yes, Greg.
So on city council, we read a lot of proclamations, but I can't think of a proclamation that's more deserving than this. So Mr. Kent, Mr. Bellamy, really wanted to thank both of you guys, as well as the third person, for getting involved. That girl was a classmate of my son. You saved that girl's life. Too often we see people who are more willing to TikTok it or YouTube it versus actually stopping, risking their own personal harm, and preventing something like this from being much more serious than it was. So I'm incredibly thankful. I think we need more people in the world actually like you guys, because you see a lot of these kind of incidents, and a lot of people just are casual bystanders. Rarely do people actually get involved and try to make a difference. And you guys made a true difference here. So definitely appreciate that. On a larger scale, I really think we shouldn't have this kind of crime in our city, and I would like to call upon our police chief to kind of figure out how do we prevent these kind of incidents in the future. But in any case, just incredibly thankful for you guys. I'm glad you guys were there. I'm glad that the victim is going to get better, and just really appreciate all the work that you guys did on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I echo everything in the proclamation and that my colleagues have said so far. I want to particularly highlight the fact that Mr. Kent had the wherewithal at the moment to attempt to de-escalate the situation. This is something that, you know, we're all working on in this entire country. And I just want to commend him for his thoughtfulness at such a difficult time. And while it wasn't successful, I sincerely appreciate the effort. And I think it's a wonderful example for the rest of us to always try that first, and then be ready to take action if necessary. So, you know, you have the thanks of our entire community.
Councilmember Ku.
Mr. Kent, Mr. Bellamy, you're heroes. Thank you for stepping up and doing all that you did. Even though there may be danger to you, you still came through and helped the young lady. Are you the parents of the young lady? No, okay. I just wanted to find out how she was doing also. But at this point, I just want to say you are heroes. Thank you.
Yeah, and the feedback is she is doing well. So anybody else? Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, so firstly, to concur with everything else, Mr. Kent, you know, guys, I mean, so much crazy stuff going on in the world. Thank you so much for shining a light and providing an example to all the rest of us and of what humanity really looks like. Thank you again.
Yeah, so I think we should give you guys one more round of applause. So thank you. Okay, we're going to move on with our agenda. So item number 3 is a study session to provide background on some federal laws and state laws around wireless telecommunications. So we are going to technically adjourn our council meeting, call to order a joint special meeting with the ARB and the PTC and ourselves.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and welcome to our board and commission members. I'm Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm going to invite Sheldon Singh, our principal planner, to offer an initial presentation, and you'll hear from him again at the end. And in between, you'll hear from Gail Karish, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, from Best and Krieger law firm that is assisting us in some updates that we hope to make on the wireless ordinance. So with that, Mr. Austin, would you mind taking it from here?
Thank you. If we can forward the slide, please. So good evening. The city has been in process of updating its standards to keep pace with the changes in laws at the federal and state level. The intent of this study session is to provide an overview of the legal landscape that affects the city's wireless policy development. This presentation also provides an overview of staff's work plan to complete updates to the municipal code and its design standards for facilities located within the right-of-way. The city attorney's office has engaged with outside counsel who specializes in wireless facilities to assist the city with these updates. And Gail will guide us through most of the presentation this evening, and I'll return to discuss the proposed work plan later. Next slide, please. And one more, please. And one more time, please. So in the past several years, most of the applications have involved modifications to existing facilities or locating new facilities in cities right-of-way. Next slide, please. So here are a couple of photo examples of existing facilities. One is a small cell site in the downtown, and the other is a macro site on a rooftop. Next slide, please. And now I'll have Gail continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Sheldon, and good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Gail Karish. I'm a partner at Best and Krieger. I practice telecommunications law and represent and advise cities around the state. I'm going to run through your some of the history of what you've done and in your city in terms of regulations, and then give you an update and an overview of state and federal law that has an impact on the city's authority. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So you've been pretty busy working on regulatory updates, and that's partly in response to the fact that the Federal Communications Commission has been quite busy updating federal regulations. So you have the last time you did a major overhaul of your wireless ordinance was in 2015. You did updates in 2018 to add a larger role for the ARB and the PTC. And in 2019, it was in response to an FCC order with respect to small wireless facilities. There were further updates to the wireless ordinance to address that FCC small cell order. And that all ended with the ordinance going into effect in June of 2019. Next slide, please. You were also busy in response to the FCC small cell order in adopting more detailed objective standards for wireless facilities in the public right-of-way. At several iterations of those standards, the last one being adopted in December of 2019. And there was some direction to staff at that time to continue with further updates of your ordinance and potentially your standards as well. And those got started in 2020, but like many things that got delayed because of COVID-19, the review and any updating was paused to address more pressing public health concerns. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go briefly over the current wireless regulations that you have, just to kind of a little refresher since you haven't looked at it since 2019 in any detailed way. Next slide, please. This is a graphic from a presentation that was done by staff, I think several years ago, basically showing the different components of your wireless regulations. And what I'm going to run through rather quickly, because I understand you have a full agenda this evening, is really the part that deals with your wireless ordinance and your objective standards. Next slide, please. So your current regulations in terms of procedures and the general standards for development are in your wireless ordinance in the section that's referenced. You have three tiers of applications. Eligible facilities requests, which is a particular type of modification to an existing wireless facility that under federal law, local governments are required to approve. That's a tier 1 in your current regulations. And then you have a tier 2 and tier 3 that deal with other types of wireless applications. So that is dealing with the procedure at a high level. And then you have a design and development standards in two places. One is you have generally applicable standards in your code. And then you have, as I mentioned earlier, specific objective standards for wireless facilities in the public right-of-way, and those were adopted by resolution. Next slide, please. In your wireless ordinance, sets out your procedure for different types of applications. So for tier 1, it's an administrative process, no public noticing, director decides, no appeals. Tier 2 and 3 have a little bit more complex process where there is a requirement for a community meeting. There's also the opportunity for tier 2 and tier 3 to have the ARB weigh in with a recommendation or the PTC, but all of the decisions are ultimately made by the director, and all of those tier 2 and tier 3 may be appealed to the city council. Next slide, please. You have certain findings for tier 2 and tier 3. I won't go into in any detail here. Next slide, please. And then you have your development standards, the ones that are in the code. I have some examples here of what those standards entail: screened from public view, shrouded, using camouflage, not being on historic structures, things like that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And then with respect to placements in the public right-of-way, those standards are set forth in the resolution, and you have those basically broken down into two categories. One is designs, and there are a number of standards related to the design of facilities in the public right-of-way. Some of them are listed here on this slide. Most of the installations would be on streetlights or on wood poles, so you have design requirements related to those two types of facilities. And you also have some other things such as curb clearances and safety signs and requirements for noise and landscaping. Next slide, please. I think you went one too far. Right, and then there's also, or maybe a slide is missing. I thought there was one also on location. Maybe that's been removed. Just go to the next slide, please. Okay, you also have certain limitations and directives on the location where wireless facilities can be placed in the public right-of-way. And then you also have an exception process, both in your wireless ordinance and in your objective standards that lays out a little bit more detail that basically sets forth the conditions under which an applicant can request an exception to your design standards or your location standards. And it also sets forth what findings have to be made to grant such an exception. Next slide, please. So that is a very quick overview of your current standards and your current regulations. I'm going to turn now to some major topics in state and federal law that place some limits on your authority or that you need to be mindful of in developing regulations for wireless siting that have an impact on you, your local authority. So if you could go to the next slide, please. The next one. So first, there is a pretty clear national policy in favor of wireless deployments. And that policy includes a number of components. One is that there is a national policy that there should be wireless service available throughout the country. So no local decision or regulation can create an effective prohibition of personal wireless service. And I'll explain what that means in a little bit more detail in a moment. The second is there are national RF emission standards, and that's that the Federal Communications Commission has the authority to set what are safety standards for RF emissions, for radio frequency emissions from wireless facilities and devices. And localities can only, are limited in that they can only ensure that an applicant has shown that it will comply with the federal guidelines. Other components of the national wireless policy is that federal law requires that action on applications be timely. And both the FCC and the state, California, have developed certain deadlines and remedies for failures to act on the applications within those timelines. Denials of applications must be in writing based on substantial evidence. There cannot be any unreasonable discrimination among providers of functionally equivalent service. Providers or applicants have a right under federal law for expedited appeals to the courts. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some types of modifications to existing wireless facilities that simply have to be approved at a local level. Your discretion is completely eliminated. And the most notable is the category called eligible facilities requests it's a requirement of federal law that if those modifications, certain modifications to existing wireless facilities meet the requirements of the FCC regulations, they have to be approved. And that's your tier one. And that's why your tier one process is really quite streamlined. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that there's a national policy that local decisions on wireless siting cannot create an effective prohibition of personal wireless service. And let me explain a little bit about what that means, because there have been some recent changes in federal law that have impacted how communities look at complying with that requirement. So historically, the Ninth Circuit developed case law that basically found that there would be an effective prohibition of service. So something that was prohibiting the rollout of wireless service or the installation of a wireless facility, if the applicant could show that there was a significant gap in service and that what they had proposed to place in that community, the facility was the least intrusive means of filling that gap, meaning they got as close as they could reasonably get to complying with your local standards. And there they had to demonstrate that they had developed that they were installing something that was the least intrusive means. They had to look at feasible alternatives. So the FCC in its 2018 small cell order looked at that test, which was developed when wireless facilities and networks were being rolled out starting in the late 90s. And they changed it. They changed it with respect to small wireless facilities. So what they said was that effective prohibition standard that had been developed by the courts did not seem to be no longer really fit the need of what would be an appropriate standard when you're rolling out small wireless facility deployments. And so they said, now the test, they came up with a new test that they basically call materially inhibits standard. And they said this test can be met not only when filling a coverage gap, like the original significant gap in service test, but also when carriers are engaging in other types of activities. For example, when they're densifying a wireless network, so they're adding capacity, when they're introducing new services, and they're otherwise improving the service capabilities and adding new services. So the goal of the FCC order, quite frankly, was to try to make it a little bit easier for a carrier to show that their deployment, at least of small wireless facilities, would potentially, if it were denied, would create an effective prohibition. Next slide, please. So bearing in mind that kind of lowered standard, the FCC also made some comments and rulings with respect to what would be appropriate aesthetic standards. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So first we start with state law. So under state law, local governments can regulate the aesthetics of development in their community. And the only real limitation you have in state law is that your standards have to be reasonable. And if for installations in the public right-of-way, the standard under state law is that the carriers have a right to use the public right-of-way to put in their facilities, including wireless facilities, but they cannot incommode the public use. And a court decision in 2019 confirmed that for wireless facilities going in the public right-of-way, you can take into account the aesthetic impacts of those facilities when you're looking at whether a wireless facility would incommode the public use. But there are also federal limitations on aesthetic regulation. For example, the eligible facilities rules that I mentioned, there's certain types of applications that have to be approved, or modifications that have to be approved in certain instances, even if they have a negative aesthetic impact. And then we have that the requirement that aesthetic regulations not prohibit or effectively prohibit the provision of personal wireless service. So turning to the next slide, please. In the FCC small cell order, they came up with certain standards for judging whether aesthetic regulations were going to create an effective prohibition. And they came up with they listed them as 3, but there were 4 things listed. They said that an aesthetic standard would not be preempted if it was reasonable, no more burdensome than those applied to other types of infrastructure deployments, and it was objective and published in advance. Now, I've struck out in red the no more burdensome requirement and the objective requirement, and that's because those 2 components of the FCC's rule in the small cell order were struck down by the 9th Circuit. So your standards that were adopted in 2019 in the city of Palo Alto use the term objective standards because that was the requirement at the time that the standards be objective. That requirement has been struck down and we're left with the standards have to be reasonable and published in advance. Next slide, please. So what is reasonable according to the FCC? Basically, it means it's got to be an aesthetic requirement that's technically feasible and reasonably directed to avoiding or remedying the intangible public harm of unsightly or out of character deployments. So that's a lot of words to say it's got to be something that can be done by a carrier, and it has to make sense as an aesthetic requirement, that there's some tangible public harm that is being remedied by this requirement. The FCC applies the same standard in judging other types of aesthetic requirements. So, for example, undergrounding would have the same sort of test to be judged. If it is an undergrounding requirement, it would have to be reasonable, meaning technically feasible, and reasonably directed to avoiding public harm, and it would have to be published in advance. Next slide, please. Same with spacing requirements. The FCC made some comments about spacing, basically saying if you are requiring, and you do have in some of your design standards requirements for spacing, if you have those kind of spacing requirements, they may be perfectly legitimate aesthetic requirements, or they may be unreasonable, depending on the circumstances. So they don't give you, if they're designed to deal with something like overhead clutter, that makes sense as an aesthetic requirement, but they say that some others may violate federal law. And they give one example where they say it would be probably not reasonable, and that would be if you had a spacing requirement that prevents a provider from replacing pre-existing facilities or co-locating new equipment on a structure already in use. Next slide, please. So that's aesthetics in a very quick overview. I'm going to now turn to another topic, and that is the regulation of safety. Next slide, please. So generally, again, local government, you have the authority to regulate safety, and basically to the extent not preempted by state or federal regulations. And in state law, you have the only real limit you have on regulating safety has to do with where there may be preemption by the California Public Utilities Commission. Next slide, please. So the California Public Utilities Commission, I'm sure you're all aware, regulates services and utilities. They have inspectors. They're responsible for regulating electric facilities, communications facilities, gas pipelines, and the like. And they have established a number of orders that regulate what are safe installations of public utility infrastructure, including, for example, General Order 95, which has detailed standards on safe installation of utility poles, wireless facilities on utility poles. So they have a lot of regulation with respect to wireless in the public right-of-way, but outside of the public right-of-way, they really defer to local government quite broadly on land use regulation of macro cell sites. Next slide, please. There is also some more recent regulation by the California Public Utilities Commission, specifically with respect to resiliency of wireless networks to prepare for disasters and power outages. And so in certain areas of the state, basically in high fire threat districts, there are requirements that wireless providers have a certain amount of backup power within their networks. You do have a small portion of your city that would potentially be impacted because it'd be in high fire threat district. And but those requirements for backup power and network resiliency are still subject to local regulations. Next slide, please. At the federal level, I've mentioned already, there is a national standards for RF emissions. The FCC set the standards. And I just want to spend a little bit of time to explain some recent developments in this area, because I know there's been some public confusion about it. So the current federal guidelines were established in 1996. And in more recent years, the FCC did open an inquiry into possible updates. It took in a lot of evidence, and in 2019, they terminated that inquiry and decided not to go forward with rulemaking to potentially change their guidelines. That decision to terminate the inquiry was appealed to the U.S. Court of Appeals in the District of Columbia. And in 2021, the court overturned the FCC's decision, or they remanded it back to the FCC to do over in a 2-1 vote. And so they said that the decision to end the inquiry was arbitrary and capricious. So to be clear, the court did not, in remanding that FCC order, or overturning that FCC order, they did not overturn existing FCC guidelines or even comment on their merits. They did not order the FCC to change their guidelines, but they simply said that the FCC, in terminating its inquiry, didn't provide a reasoned explanation for deciding no changes were warranted. So they said, we can't defer to your expertise as an expert agency if you don't give adequate explanation for your decision. So the existing FCC guidelines remain in effect, and the FCC will at some point presumably reconsider their decision to terminate the inquiry and to possibly updating them. But they have no timeline for doing that that we're aware of. Next slide, please. And just to be, very clear about it, this is what the Court of Appeals said in dismissing, in overturning the FCC order. They said, to be clear, we take no position on this in the scientific debate regarding the health and environmental effects of RF radiation. We merely conclude that the Commission's cursory analysis of material record evidence was insufficient as a matter of law. And then they pointed out, this was the majority pointing out, as a dissenting opinion indicates, there may be good reasons why the various studies in the record, only some of which we have cited here, do not warrant changes in the Commission's guidelines. So they don't know. The court is not an expert agency. They didn't make any decision about the guidelines themselves or the FCC's decision. They only said that the FCC did not explain itself well enough for them to defer to their judgment. Next slide, please. So another category where there are a lot of state and federal laws impacting local processes is with respect to what the FCC is called shot clocks and remedies. Next slide, please. So we start with, it's important to note that in 2018, the FCC issued an order that made it clear that local governments cannot impose a moratorium on accepting or processing applications. So you may be interested in updating your standards, revisiting your procedures. You can't put a pause on accepting applications while you do that. You have to continue to take in applications and process them, even as you're updating your ordinance and your design standards. And in addition, there are a number of federal and also state shot clocks for wireless applications. When I say shot clock, that's an FCC term. What they mean are there are specific time periods within which a city must take final action on an application for a wireless facility. And the type of shot clock or the applicable shot clock really depends on the type of request. So I'll show you a page in a moment that has a whole list of different types of applications and what their shot clocks are. And it's also worth noting that the shot clock, there is a way to reset it or toll it by issuing a timely notice of incompleteness that puts a burden on staff to review applications very quickly, or by agreement with the applicant. Next slide, please. So here is a chart that lists all of the applicable shot clocks. Now, there's no type of wireless application that does not have a timeline for action under state or federal law. And as you can see, most of them are quite short, 60 or 90 days. There is a catch-all 150-day timeline for facilities that don't fall within these other categories. I also have a column there. It shows a deemed, what I'm calling a deemed granted remedy. And that is basically a remedy that if the local government does not act within the timeline for the shot clock, then the applicant has a right, and how they exercise it varies a little bit, but they have a right to essentially send a letter and say, you missed the shot clock, my application should be deemed approved. And that may put a burden on the local government to actually go to court to challenge that deemed grant notice. And you see there is a deemed granted remedy in federal law, and with the passage of AB 537 this year, starting in January of 2022, there will be a deemed granted remedy in California for every shot clock. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that there is a way to stop the running of the shot clock through the issuance of a notice of incompleteness. There are also deadlines for doing that. So for most applications, you have 30 days for staff to review and issue a notice of incompleteness. Those days count towards the running of the shot clock until the notice is issued. And then the applicant has as much time as they need to return resubmittal. And then when they do resubmit, the local government has 10 days for reviewing that resubmittal and issuing a further notice if warranted. So very strict timelines. Next slide, please. And finally, just one other brief section on some other requirements and limitations I just want to highlight. If you go to the next slide, they're all in the same government code section. There can be escrow. There are things that are not allowed. An escrow deposit is not allowed for removal of a wireless facility, but it's okay to require a removal bond. Wireless permits have to be 10 years, have a duration of 10 years. And you can only go less than 10 years if there's a public safety or a land use reason for doing so. And you cannot require all wireless facilities to be located on sites owned by particular parties. So you couldn't say all the wireless in our city must be placed on city property, for example, or not on city property. And that concludes my very rapid overview, and I'll turn it back to Sheldon. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Gail. One more. So one more, please. Our proposed work plan picks up where we left off. So our goals are to prepare an ordinance and a resolution that updates our regulations. Next slide, please. So in completing this work plan, we will need to conduct several public hearings that will culminate with a meeting with the City Council to adopt the ordinance and the resolution. So we expect to get through that by mid next year. So that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to address any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're going to go to members of the public first, and then we're going to come back and we'll hear from the commissions and the council. So members of the public, if you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. We also have several groups, I think, that have submitted. Could the clerk put that up on the screen, perhaps? Great. So we're going to go ahead with, I'm not seeing any hands coming up on this item. Just a few. So, okay. So I think right now we're at 29 minutes. So we're going to go ahead 10 minutes for a group and 3. Oh, we just went over. Let's go ahead and go with 2 minutes a speaker, 8 minutes for the group. And our first speaker is going to be Jeannie Fleming, speaking on behalf of Kathy Burwalt, Nielsen Buchanan, Risley Dixonson, Mary Dimmitt, Janet Ding, April Eller, and a bunch more people. So if you do 8 minutes.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. And also I want to warn you in advance that I'm having a major eyeglass fogging problem. So I may stop every now and then to just clear my glasses. Good evening to all of you, to the members of City Council, members of the Planning and Transportation Commission, and members of the Architectural Review Board. My name is Jeannie Fleming, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of United Neighbors of Palo Alto. You've just heard a presentation meant to characterize the legal landscape that affects the city's wireless policy development. I'd like to expand on that landscape by bringing 3 points to your attention. First, regarding the U.S. Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit Court's ruling of 3 months ago, what the DC Circuit found, and this is from the National Law Review, what the court found is that in 2019, the FCC, in deciding not to change its standards for exposure to RF radiation, had failed to respond to evidence in the record that exposure to RF radiation at levels below the FCC's current limits may cause adverse health effects. In particular, the court found that the FCC had failed to take into account the emergence of 5G technology and the now ubiquity of wireless devices and of Wi-Fi. The telecom industry would like to shrug off this decision, but in fact, the circuit court's ruling represents a turning point, raising doubts as it does about the now out-of-date research that has been the bedrock of the industry's reassurances regarding possible health hazards. My second point, you heard a lot about the time pressure created by the so-called shot clock. But what you need to understand is that in practice, shot clocks impose significantly less pressure than the presentation implied. That's because shot clocks are stopped all the time, stopped whenever the city and the applicant enter into a tolling agreement. Ms. Karish mentioned this briefly, but in fact, it's a very big deal. For example, there was a 90-day shot clock on the 2017 Crown Castle Verizon University South cell tower application. But as a result of a series of tolling agreements, that shot clock ran for well over 400 days. That's right, not 90 days, but 400 plus days. To be clear, FCC regulations explicitly allow for tolling agreements, plus the city's master license with the telecom companies explicitly calls for them. My third point is that the presentation you just heard significantly overreached in saying that Portland versus FCC, and I'm quoting, upheld the new effective prohibition test. To be precise, the decision upheld the effective prohibition test with respect to fees, but with respect to service, it did not. This overreach has led the presenters to conclude that any telecom company that wants to install a 5G cell tower in a Palo Alto neighborhood that does not currently have one has the right to do so. It doesn't matter if the neighborhood has excellent 4G or 3G service. The telecom can go right in and install a new 5G tower. So you know, there are many attorneys who specialize in telecom law who argue that 5G cell tower applicants must prove that a significant gap in cellular service per se exists, not merely a gap in 5G service. More importantly, there are many cities that have ordinances requiring proof of significant gap. And even more importantly than that, the telecom industry is complying with the significant gap requirements in these cities. I'd like to turn now to what else other cities are doing to protect residents' interests. For one, they're requiring performance and removal bonds, and they're requiring RF radiation insurance. Having to comply with perfectly reasonable but costly requirements such as these discourages applicants from wantonly blowing through a residential neighborhood, installing a 5G tower every 1,300 feet. Have a look at the provisions of the wireless code passed last month by the city of Ithaca, New York. a sister city, if you will, like Palo Alto, a university town, Cornell, of course. Exhibit A, you could put that up. What? You have received it. Okay. Would you like to take, excuse me, could you stop the clock for just 1 second? My exhibits seem to have gone missing. If I give you my phone, can you do it from there? Because I've received them. Okay. All right. I'll just have to imagine that you're looking at a slide with some of the standards that Ithaca has just passed. They require, again, this was in October, proof of a significant gap in service. They've adopted a 250-foot setback for cell towers from residences, as well as a fall zone requirement. That's a requirement that a cell tower can't be so close to a structure that it could topple over onto it. Ithaca requires a visual impact analysis for any new proposed antennas. And it requires proof that everything submitted by an applicant is done under oath and under penalty of perjury. Why require submissions to be done under oath and under penalty of perjury? Because the telecom companies have a history of lying. Now, I realize that lying is strong language, so I want to give you an example of some lying that occurred right here in these chambers. Just a couple of years ago, at a Palo Alto ARB meeting, Verizon asserted that flush to the ground vault covers were technically infeasible. Hence, undergrounding cell tower equipment would create an impediment for people using wheelchairs or walkers. That was a lie, plain and simple. Imagine that you were looking at a photo of a flush to the ground Crown Castle vault in Central Park, because that's what you would be looking at. Verizon literally was installing flush to the ground vaults in Santa Cruz at the same time it was telling Palo Alto's ARB that that was impossible. Palo Alto residents need and deserve the protection that other cities are providing their citizens. Unfortunately, Palo Alto's wireless ordinance has remained half finished for almost 2 years, since December 2019. In the meantime, our planning director has been approving cell towers on his own without the input of the Planning and Transportation Commission, the Architectural Review Board, City Council, or residents. Imagine you are looking at a photo of the AT&T cell tower he approved for 552 Emerson Street. The photo on the left, it would show you what the location looks like now. The photo simulation on the right was something produced by AT&T and submitted to the city in order to show, as a best case, of course, what the location would look like once their new cell tower goes in. I don't know how many of you have seen the photographs of these installations that have been approved for downtown, but they are extraordinary. I don't think that anybody thinks the cell towers in those photo simulations are aesthetically acceptable. I certainly hope not. May I have a 2-sentence finish, may I?
Yes, and you can email your materials, which could be sent out to council.
Thank you very much. The time has come to protect the quality of life in Palo Alto's neighborhoods by passing a strong wireless ordinance, one that restores subjective aesthetic standards, one that keeps cell towers a lot further than 20 feet from people's homes, and one that fully exercises the rights to which every municipality is entitled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our second speaker will be Tina Chow, speaking on behalf of Francesca Kautz, Barbara Kelly, Charlene Nowell, Art Lieberman, Gwen Luce, Paul Machado, Kathleen Martin, Peggy Fellon, Annie Potter, Kay Sabin, Karen Saxena, Leonard Schwartz, and David Schramm. And again, we have this in our protocols, and I appreciate you speaking on behalf of so many people rather than having each person speak. So you will have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I live in Barron Park. I'm a parent to 2 kids in Palo Alto Unified, and I'm also a professor in civil and environmental engineering at UC Berkeley. Like all of you here, I care deeply about creating beautiful cities which are safe, resilient, healthy, and preserve our environment. I followed the details of our wireless ordinance closely for a long time now. We have made significant progress, but as Jeannie described, there is a lot more we can do to create a strong wireless ordinance for our city, following the model of many, many other cities in California and across the country. 2 weeks ago, my colleague, Dr. Joel Moskowitz in the School of Public Health at UC Berkeley gave a seminar about effects of RF radiation. There were over 1,000 people attending. I'm going to focus on 3 main areas covered in the seminar, focusing on why you, the City Council, the ARB, and the PTC should care about this and why you should take action. I'm mostly going to talk about human health, a couple specific issues related to children, and also impacts on the environment, and I'll conclude with what you can do about this. So let's start with human health. The main thing that stands out to me when I start reading about health effects from wireless radiation is the huge number of studies that have been done. First, to be clear, the only health and safety standard we have right now related to RF radiation goes back to 1996, which you've heard. This is the FCC heating standard, which was basically designed to protect workers from getting too much heating while repairing antennas. It says nothing about non-thermal biologic effects, which have been documented in hundreds of studies. Specifically, there have been 944 biologic studies published from 1990 to 2020, over the last 30 years, on radio frequency radiation effects. Significant biologic effects like DNA damage, neurologic effects, oxidative stress were found in 711 of them, that's 75%. That's a lot of evidence stating that we need to pay attention to health effects. A powerful example is the National Toxicology Program of the National Institutes of Health, NIH. They funded a $30 million government study, it concluded in 2018, that found that long-term exposure to radio frequency radiation causes cancer and DNA damage in rats. Animal studies like this one from the NIH are considered the gold standard for human health studies. So why don't we have updated health standards yet, despite all this evidence? Well, there's a movie in 2014 that came out called Merchants of Doubt. It was based on a Harvard research study, and it explains that just like tobacco, just like the oil and gas industry, just like the chemical industry that brought us other movies like Erin Brockovich or Dark Waters, in all of these cases, the industries hid what they knew from the public and purposely misled the public. A different 2015 Harvard study found that the telecom industry's control over the FCC makes the FCC essentially a captured agency. They found that leaders of the FCC become the head of the CTA wireless industry, and then they go back and become the leaders of the FCC again. They documented immense amounts of lobbying, massive public relations efforts, undermining of the credibility of scientists finding biological effects, cutting research on health effects, designing and publishing contradictory science, misleading the public about scientific consensus, pushing for minimal regulation, refusing to examine the research evidence. If any of this sounds familiar to you, these are the tactics of the tobacco industry. They're also the same tactics the oil and gas industry has been using to deny climate change, and you know where we are today. You heard a couple minutes ago about the August 2021 ruling. It brings us to just a couple of months ago. The US Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit made a historic ruling, and you heard Jeannie mention this. They found that the FCC has ignored research studies from numerous organizations, scientists, and medical doctors who called on them to update their 1996 exposure limits. The court has now ordered the FCC to address health impacts of long-term wireless exposure, impacts to children, impacts to wildlife and the environment, among other things. So a few points about children. The FCC's exposure limits consider thermal effects using a male 200-pound model to create the standard. That's a huge person. The heating standard does not consider children who are much smaller and absorb radiation in different ways. In 2020, the Environmental Working Group, EWG, it's a well-known and well-respected nonprofit. They were the first to develop RF radiation guidelines in the US to focus on children's health, and they recommend overall exposure for children to be 400 times lower than the 1996 limits that we've heard about from the FCC. Here in the Bay Area, in 2017, there was a Kaiser study funded by NIH that looked at 913 pregnant women. These are our neighbors. They found an almost threefold increased risk of miscarriage in women exposed to higher magnetic fields. This study is direct evidence from our population in the Bay Area. It's a human study showing adverse biological impacts of RF radiation, almost triple increased rate of miscarriage. It's an example of non-thermal health effects, in this case, the death of a human embryo. Finally, let's briefly talk about environmental impacts. There have been, again, numerous studies indicating that our current low-level anthropogenic wireless radiation impacts birds and their migration patterns, insects like bees, amphibians, reptiles, microbes, and many species of flora. Specifically, Also, Palo Alto is known for its trees, and the city is in the process of updating its tree protection ordinance. A 2016 study found that there were significant impacts to trees near cell antennas, with damage starting on the side of the trees with the highest RF exposure. This can be demonstrated with a simple home science experiment. I saw one of these at Barron Park Elementary a few years ago. If you expose a growing plant to wireless radiation, it won't grow as well. Exposure from cell phone towers is 24/7, whether we want it or not. There's no choice for the children in our homes and our schools. A good analogy is smoking a cigarette versus it being exposed to secondhand smoke. Of course, the smoker or the cell phone user is receiving a bigger exposure, but there's also an adverse effect from the secondhand smoke or increased exposure from new cell towers. And as we've discovered, we have ordinances and laws to protect us from smoking exposures, right? So you might be thinking, what can we do about these cell towers? We're just a small city. You're just one person on a committee. You're volunteering your time to do this. But imagine 10 to 20 years from now, looking back on the decisions you're making today and how they impact the future of our city and beyond. There are many things that we can do as a city to push back against the telecoms industry's plan to install dozens of additional cell towers in Palo Alto, and you've seen the pictures, or you're supposed to. For one, we need to make sure that even the current FCC standards are met and followed. In the latest round of applications in Palo Alto, Verizon submitted a false RF report. The consultant they hired is currently, that was Mr. Hammett, is currently under investigation by the California Engineering Licensing Board. So we can demand much better compliance with existing standards, and we can do even more. Palo Alto has ordinances that fight back against vaping and e-cigarettes, ordinances to protect our trees. It has an SCAP to address climate change. And now we need to consider environmental and health effects of wireless radiation as we update our wireless ordinance. I've told you why this is super important that you should care to do this to protect our health and the environment. And there are many examples of how you can do this. You can increase setbacks with cell towers from homes. You can require careful RF exposure reports. You can require exposure insurance from RF radiation, or RF exposure insurance. You can increase setbacks from trees, and you can require designs that fit our city aesthetics. So I urge you to please support these changes to the wireless ordinance that reflect the values of our city to the full extent possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go to online speakers. I did see Kathleen had her hand up. It's no longer up. So we would allow you to put your hand back up, but at this point, we're not taking additional speakers. The next speaker is Jeremy Stroop.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeremy Stroop. I was previously with Qualtech and Vinculums Wireless. I'm currently now with Verizon Wireless. I was asked to share some of the permitting delays that I've encountered submitting wireless applications in Palo Alto over the past 5 years. I found the hyper-technical code ambiguous and confusing. So let's begin with the city streets. They're categorized by expressways, arterials, residential arterials, collector, and local streets. Excuse me. Each roadway is listed by bullet points. The bullet points do not indicate a preferential order, causing siting confusion and delays determining order of preference. Under the potential historic district siting requirement, the definition of potential was unclear until submittal, even after meeting one-on-one with both planning and historic preservation staff members. The pole replacement requirement for streetlight poles says an existing streetlight pole shall be replaced with a new pole. It seems an exception is required for each pole if we need to increase the pole height, even though the standard allows for an increase in the pole height by 5.5 feet. If we increase the height of a pole, we need to increase other dimensions of the pole as well, such as the pole diameter in order to ensure the structural integrity of the pole, but increasing the diameter of the pole requires an exception. That isn't spelled out clearly in the ordinance. So in fact, it actually took me 2 resubmittals to understand this exception requirement. If we increase the diameter of the pole, we need to increase the clamshell base in order to fit it around the larger diameter of the pole. This also required an exception, and again, took me 2 resubmittals to understand that. Finally, the landscape screening requirement is extremely confusing. Staff believes it requires only 1 tree on each side of the pole for a total of 2 trees, but this isn't stated in the ordinance. So we kind of have 3 questions. How many trees are required? What defines interruption? And what defines direct views? We believe this requirement was created to camouflage side-mounted radio equipment on wood utility poles, not integrated radio antenna units at the top of a metal streetlight pole. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maureen Cruzen. Sorry, Maureen. You should be able to speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burt, council members and staff. My name is Maureen Cruzen, and I'm a municipal engagement partner with Verizon Wireless. We were very happy to hear that Palo Alto is revisiting the wireless design standards and permit process. Several years ago, Verizon identified a dire need in Palo Alto to expand capacity and improve our wireless network. Since that time, we've been working toward that goal with limited success, mainly due to unclear and overly restrictive location and design requirements, some examples of which you just heard from my colleague. Based on our analysis of the consumer demand, we know the community wants this service. The need for connectivity both at home and away continues to increase as people use their phones for calls, texts, internet access, as well as the use of all kinds of apps for things like mapping, email, ride sharing, and video conferencing. In addition, 88% of the 27.4 million 911 calls each year in California originate from a cell phone. We greatly appreciate staff's efforts to update the code to provide clearer standards and guidance for everybody, applicants, residents, and staff, as well as the city's willingness to consider stakeholder input. We're also excited about the opportunity to work with staff toward pre-approved small cell designs. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Cintron. Michael?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hello, honorable council members. My name is Michael Cintron. I'm a permitting manager with Crown Castle. I just want to applaud the city in its endeavors to update and streamline its wireless code to comply with current state and federal law, to facilitate robust next generation broadband services in your community. We're really looking forward to continuing to work with you, and thank you again for going ahead and working to update these codes.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Paul Albritton. Paul?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My apologies. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, members of the council, ARB, and Planning and Transportation Commission. We wrote a letter to you earlier today, which I encourage you to review. And in that, we encourage you to overhaul your wireless ordinance. It's been piecemeal added onto over the years, and we're very pleased to see that you've hired an experienced law firm in wireless ordinances, and we encourage you to encourage them to take a hard look at revamping the ordinance. And I think you have to ask yourself, based on the comments you heard earlier this evening, are you okay as a council, are you okay as a city having small cells in Palo Alto to provide improved service, improved connectivity for your community? And if you are, and I think you are, perhaps by hiring a well-known firm, then you need to really try and help the industry, the staff, your commissions to understand what it is that you will accept. And I would encourage you, rather than waiting for 6 months to have this come back to you, to be engaged. We've included 4 options in our letter of possible Verizon styles. We'd like you to give direction so that we don't end up in the kind of conundrum that we are in now. In the last 2 years, since your 2019 locational standards were developed, there have been 0 sites that have been started or built in Palo Alto. At the same time, there have been 400 in San Jose, 400 site modifications in small cells in San Francisco, 118 in your nearby Cupertino, and you've had 0 in Palo Alto. And the applications that we filed required exceptions that required your planning director to make determinations on federal law. One of our sites required 7 such exceptions. We made 3 proposals for your ordinance. One is that you have technically feasible guidelines. Second, that you base it on preferences, not exceptions. Your exceptions unfortunately place you in potential conflict with the law, and that you don't overuse the notice of incomplete process. As you heard from Mr. Strube, we were flooded with hundreds of comments and 5 notices of incomplete on our applications that delayed the process. Once again, we encourage you to remain engaged, and please, if you're okay with small cells, let us know and work with us to provide the service that you need. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Kathleen. Kathleen, is this Kathleen Martin?
Yes, I was listed in the group.
Okay, yeah, you cannot speak. You are one of the listed speakers, so thank you. Okay, so just want to note, we finished the staff and the public. We have about 30 minutes left on this item according to the agenda. And we do have a full agenda tonight. So we're going to take questions from the ARB, then the PTC, and then we'll go to the council. And I would just urge everybody to ask a question you think is most important, perhaps submit more extensive questions in writing. And we don't really have time for everyone in these 3 bodies to ask a question tonight. So let's start with the ARB. If you do have a question, could you raise your hand? Any of our ARB members? Okay, I see Peter Balte. Peter?
Yes, good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to participate in this. My question is directed towards, I think, the attorney regarding what constitutes an issue for design standards. If we see something that's potentially causing an economic impact on an application, a more expensive process, is that considered an unreasonable design impact? Thank you.
I think that was directed to me, so I will answer. It goes back to what I mentioned about that the standards have to be, the aesthetic standards under the FCC rules have to be reasonable, meaning technically feasible and geared towards remedying an aesthetic concern. So unsightly deployment, things like that. And so there is a consideration for the cost, but also whether it's technically feasible to do something. So perfect example is like undergrounding. There may be, due to specific you may have an undergrounding requirement that in a certain location, due to what is underground already, it's just not feasible, because there are other pipelines running there or because of the nature of the soil or things like that. So those are the kinds of considerations that go into figuring out whether a standard is reasonable.
But to be clear, cost alone is not an unreasonable requirement.
Cost alone is not. I mean, it has to be a reasonable cost.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Asma?
Hi there. Board Member Balte kind of asked part of my question, but I had a second part that was about comparing technologies. So in the past, we've seen a certain aesthetic brought in front of us, and that's been presented as what is feasible, but there are other places we've seen more aesthetically appealing options that might be elsewhere. And I guess I'm sort of wondering how much, how reasonable is it to ask the provider to provide something more aesthetically pleasing?
It's certainly reasonable to do so. The one requirement under the FCC small cell order is that whatever your standards are have to be reasonable and published in advance. So to the extent that you can articulate what it is that you're trying to achieve with your standards, that's important to do to be able to apply them. And certainly I think there was some mention I think Verizon said something about, if you had like pre-approved designs or things like that. Some communities put examples in pictures with 1,000 words. Sometimes they put examples of what they would prefer to see in there as samples in their design standards. The only caution you have with that is that different wireless carriers use different types of spectrum that requires different types of antennas. So sometimes a restriction on size might work for one carrier, won't work for another because of what's available in terms of antennas and equipment.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any more ARB hands. We'll move on to the Planning and Transportation Commission. Any of the PTC members have a question? Yes, so Doria Suma.
Thank you, and thank you for including us in this overview. And I'm glad that the whole topic is going to be coming back to boards and commissions and the city council for review, because it's one that is of great interest to the public. And I guess it's hard to limit myself to one question, but I guess I would ask about two things: spacing and co-location of facilities, because spacing and how frequently spaced these facilities had to be, which dictates basically where they're going to be in private or public space, was a real issue at the Planning Commission. And questions were asked about the specific spacing requirements that were suggested by the staff report, which was, I believe, every 20 feet or every 100 feet. And we asked the Planning Commission for more options that fell in between these extremes of really, really close and maybe in everybody's yard or private property or in public places, and how far apart they could be and still provide the technological efficacy that they need to. So that's my one question. And my other question is co-location. How many, what is the limit on various telecom providers' facilities being co-located on private or public property in our city? And these are just two questions that pop into mind. So many questions that I know will be answered in the public process as we move forward in the following year. Thank you.
So good questions, both of them, and you could probably spend a lot of time talking about them. So let me just give you sort of a high level response. So when you're thinking of spacing requirements, the only real guidance we have from the FCC is that they have to be related to aesthetics, and from courts, right? That they have to be related to aesthetics or safety. They can't be tied to a concern about RF emissions. But the what would be an acceptable spacing is going to change over time. It's not going to have, you're not going to have an answer that works for every technology and every carrier. And so you really, I think when looking at spacing requirements, you should be thinking primarily first of what is your aesthetic goal related to the spacing requirement. With respect to co-location and limits, the limits are going to be driven by things like, if you think of a utility pole, there's only so much room on the utility pole for facilities, so that's going to have a limit. Another limit is with respect to potential interference between different facilities and the RF, the frequencies. So there may be interference limits. And then ultimately, there are also, again, we're talking about aesthetic limits. You may place certain limits on co-location because of that are driven by aesthetic concerns.
May I follow up? So we're making decisions about technology based on aesthetics, which I really appreciate the aesthetics limitations that people in the community can accept, but we're not understanding the needs of the technology at all. And that's troubling for me as well, but thank you very much for your answer.
Okay, Bart Heckman.
Thank you, Mayor. Bart Heckman, Chair of the PTC. We are appreciative of
the council hosting this joint study session. I think it's really valuable when the council and the PTC and the ARB can all receive the same information at the same time and be on the same footing. And the PTC is looking forward to this coming to us apparently a month from tonight. My question is actually of the council. And I'm sorry if I missed this in the presentation, has the council identified any goals that in process as it comes through the PTC and ARB back to council in the summer? Thank you.
So you're asking the council that question? Yeah. I think it's hard to ask us as a body. Anybody have a response?
I can clarify. I wasn't asking you to come up with goals from the dais tonight. I was asking if there has been a council discussion where a list of goals was created. If not, then I think that's the answer.
Yeah, I guess we had some subjective standards. We tried to make them more objective. Again, we've had several discussions, but I think those are basically incorporated into the current ordinance. Some of those goals, things like focusing on arterials more than local streets, that kind of thing. Ed Lowing, do you have a question?
Yes, thanks. Respecting the time limits, I just want to ask one quick question that will only require a quick answer of the legal counsel here. Given that the new standards are going to be reasonable and published in advance, is your legal opinion that we can go back to existing posting of towers and revisit if we think that they don't meet the new standards?
So just so I understand, you're talking about facilities that have already been permitted? Correct. Yeah, so typically you can't make them change the design that was already approved. They have the entitlement of their permit for the duration, but we would be looking more at applying it to modifications or to new facilities.
That answer this to the question whether or not I like the answer. Thank you.
Okay, so let's bring it back to council. Thank you to our boards and commissions for listening in tonight and being efficient with your questions. Councilmember Tanaka.
So my question really revolves around staff's calculation about the number of wooden poles available for small cell nodes. It looks like they eliminated about 3,500 of the 6,000 wooden poles from consideration. So I guess I would like to understand why. I think there are 6,000, but please confirm if I'm wrong about that. Also curious about how many of them already have cell phone towers attached, and how many metal street lamp poles are there in Palo Alto, and how many of them are actually also have cell tower attached. And I don't know if you could also comment on the setback from residences in terms of suitability for the small cell nodes. So if staff can help answer that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Jonathan, you're going to try that.
So I know we have that number somewhere. I don't have it off the top of my head, and I don't know if we've reported that in the staff report to council. But that is something that we can certainly return to the council with information on. I know when we submitted our objective standards for council review, we did do some analysis as to what were the qualifying poles where these types of facilities could be located or attached to. And then as far as your setback question, I wasn't tracking that one. Is it how did we come up with the number, or maybe you can restate that?
Of course. It has to do with respects to staff's calculation of the number of wooden poles available for small cell nodes within a 100-foot setback from residents and with a 20-foot setback from residences. So how many poles are available at 40-foot setback, 50-foot, 60-foot, and so on. So they're just trying to get a feel of the availability for small cell node hosting.
Yeah, and again, I apologize. I'm not prepared. I don't know if we have our staff listening to this call that has the answer, but I do know that we went through that analysis to make sure that we were creating a set of standards that were achievable for the wireless carriers. But we can, again, report back to the council as we go through this process and to the boards and commissions information about those standards. We did go through it. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Jonathan, I can step in.
Very good. From
Yeah,
utility.
yeah. My name is Gregory McKernan. I'm one of the power engineers for the utility. So to answer Councilmember Tanaka's question, I believe it was about how many wooden utility poles have small cell attachments, as well as how many streetlights have small cell attachments. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the bigger question is, so why were the 3,500 of the 6,000 wooden poles eliminated from consideration?
Most of them, probably what happened is they were rear easement poles, which disqualifies most of them. There's also equipment on most poles that prevents attachments, such as transformers or primary cable risers. But I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number why there was so many eliminated without reviewing them. And I think that may have been done, Jonathan, if that was done by carriers, I'm not quite sure.
No, we did that analysis internally with our GIS system, but again, Councilmember, I'm sorry, wasn't prepared for that kind of detail. Really wanted to present an overview and path forward for how we're proceeding. That was a very Zen-like bell right there.
I don't know. Yeah. It looked like I had a minute left, but is the timer up now or not? I can't tell. It looks like there's a minute left, minute and 20 seconds left, but the gong went off.
Yeah, the clerk's saying the time is up.
Okay, that's fine. I'll send the questions in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, just wanted to follow up on Chair Heckman's question about previous council guidance on this. My understanding was that the council in 2019 or 2020 did provide guidance on their preference for subjective standards, and then but at that time we had legal restrictions on that, but I'm not clear on what that guidance was. And so I don't know whether Director Late or someone else might be able to refresh us on the previous council direction that would now have bearing on the boards and commissions as they're reviewing the subjective standards or the prospect of subjective standards.
Yeah, I think it's the prospect of subjective standards. We do not have those in place right now, but working with Gail and her team, that's our objective is to reestablish those subjective aesthetic criteria to the extent that we're authorized to do so. The current standards that we have in place now, we believe reflects what we were able to advance relative to the council's interests at the time, understanding that modifies as technology changes. And as we know from the recent court actions, we also want to update our local ordinance to reflect the ability for us to exert our local control where we're able to do so.
But my question is whether there was a previous council direction on this preference for subjective standards that has now been enabled by the court ruling. And so that's what I'm trying to get the history on.
Well, I think there's always been an interest in, I think for our community, and I'm just, I don't have anything precise in my mind that I can retell, but the sentiment has been that we want to preserve our local control where we can. And we were preempted by some rulings that required us to have objective standards. That was not our preference, but that's where we needed to go. And so now that the standards have changed or have been overturned, it is our understanding that it is the interest to reintroduce some subjective aesthetic standards where feasible, but there is also value in maintaining some objective standards so we know what we're processing and what the carriers need to submit to the city. Sorry if that's not precisely answering your question, but that's the standards we have now based on the record that I believe that exists.
Okay, thanks.
So I think I had Councilmember Philseth. Did you push your button? No? Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff and the ARB and PTC for being here tonight. So I just want, Gail, I think you've made it clear, but I do just want to be absolutely sure. So when it comes to the installation of small cell towers, we can only place reasonable limits on aesthetic standards. We have zero control of issues such as public health concerns with these cell towers. And so that includes limiting locations within certain proximity of homes, schools, retirement homes, unless that is explicitly tied to an aesthetic standard.
That certainly you are preempted from making a decision based solely on RF emissions concerns if the applicant can demonstrate that they have met the FCC standards, however flawed they may be. And so when you're looking at developing standards for placement, it is really a focus on aesthetics and other safety concerns as well, to the extent those are not preempted, for example, by the Public Utilities Commission. So there may be, a classic example is like sight lines at a corner. That's a right-of-way management sort of safety issue that no one's preempted you from exercising. I don't like to talk about that. I like to talk about the RF emissions is really in the decision that you make. Cannot deny an application or regulate its placement based solely on a concern about RF emissions, as long as the applicant can demonstrate that they have met the FCC standards.
So have you seen in other communities greater setbacks from homes and schools that were based on some sort of aesthetic standard? I mean, it seems difficult to draft, but have you seen examples of that? And if so, can you forward those to staff?
Yeah, certainly there is a lot of variety out there with different cities sort of, this is a new area where, the amount of small wireless facilities that the industry is, proposing to put in public rights of way is like in historic terms, a new thing. And so the communities are trying a lot of different things to see what works best for their community. How that plays out in terms of the public and the carriers it's a bit of an iterative process. So you've had now some standards, you've heard from the public, you've heard from industry, their dissatisfaction with some of them. What works in some communities will not necessarily work in another. So it's good to look at examples from other communities, but that doesn't always provide the final answer for whether that will work in your community as well.
Yeah, and it seems like a developing area of the law, so I can imagine that's challenging, but I would encourage staff to continue to look at best practices and find ways to be able to work within the existing legal framework to be able to offer those protections. I got one other question, because I appreciate Councilmember Tanaka asking several of the questions that I had as well. So the standard created by the Ninth Circuit of reasonableness and the need for aesthetic standards to be technically feasible appears to provide far greater latitude and deference to local jurisdictions in setting those standards. And then that the bar of reasonableness that sets it pretty low. So have there been, and I understand that case was very recent, so I'd be surprised if there are any, but have there been any precedent that has further defined the idea of reasonableness or technically feasible for us to better understand kind of how far we can go in setting those standards?
Not a lot. I mean, there are instances where cities have come up with standards that the industry thinks are unacceptable, and they, maybe sued that city or sued on a denial. A lot of times when there is litigation over a denial, it ends in a settlement and a reapplication. So you don't always get a decision, sort of helping to further guide. It's very, kind of fact specific to those applications and those. So the short answer is no, we haven't had that much guidance. We only got the Ninth Circuit decision striking down part of the FCC order last year, and the Supreme Court, not granting cert is all very recent. So we're all just figuring it out right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also the frustration that the DC Circuit Court isn't binding in California. And so that adds some additional difficulty there. I appreciate it. Just two quick comments. I do hope that when amending our standards, that we are going to take full advantage of of what appears to provide some great deference to us as far as aesthetic standards. So I really hope we can formulate some strong aesthetic standards. And I also just want to encourage staff to really conduct a lot of outreach with resident groups. I did see the plan moving forward was to be going back to some of our boards and commissions, but do really think we have a lot of community experts. We heard from several of them today, and I really think it would be a missed opportunity to work with them, use their expertise, and get that community buy-in. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
So I second Councilmember Stone's request, in working with the community on this. It is one thing to be going back to PTC and ARB, which is absolutely necessary, but it's also necessary to be working with the community. This affects them the most. This is where they live. And then I wanted to ask some of the things that Ms. Fleming said in terms of Ithaca, New York, and what they have enacted over there, where they have the performance bonds and insurance for RF, 250 feet setback, fall zone, impact analysis, and for the cell companies to be testifying under oath and perjury. So it would be nice, it would be actually prudent to have that ordinance that is enacted over in New York to be brought forward to the commissions so that it can be part of the discussion. Then I have a question in terms of with the aesthetics and safety standard, how is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? How do you determine that? Anybody? My clock is running.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm not sure. I think that, the comprehensive plan is a real general document. I don't think it's going to get to that level of specificity, Councilmember. I could take a look in the comprehensive plan about references to cell sites, but I think rather than looking to the comp plan for something that is so specific, we need to come up with the standards that we want to see in terms of how these sites are going to be regulated in Palo Alto.
Yeah, I think that would be an area that should be looked into as it goes back to ARB and PTC for discussion. In addition, what Councilmember Tanaka had asked, that's another question and response that is required as you move forward. As Councilmember Stone said, it looks like there's a lot of the design standards in the report. It sounds very extensive and it seems rather limiting, but actually it does give us more leeway in terms of determining what the aesthetics can look like. So I would highly suggest that, you kind of work on that instead of to make it first and foremost that there's no harm that is done in erecting these cell sites, especially as what was said by one of the commissioners, I think it was Commissioner Sumer, who said that we're not even sure if the 5G is needed in certain neighborhoods. I also wanted to find out, there is a lawsuit, I believe, by the residents of Hillsborough against the city for this ordinance. Can I get an idea of what that lawsuit is all about?
Certainly, I can answer that a little bit. The town of Hillsborough is a client of Best and Krieger. We are the contract city attorney, and I have worked on a number of wireless matters for them, including some litigation. There is a community group within the town of Hillsborough that sued the city. I'm not working on that litigation directly, but I know that it relates to their claims about changes that the city made to their wireless. They didn't actually make changes, but it was their allegations that the city agreed to do certain things in a settlement agreement with Crown Castle over the denial by the city of certain wireless permits that had been submitted by Crown Castle. So it relates to the allegations relate to the handling of the settlement of a lawsuit with Crown Castle.
I see. Thank you. Do I still have time? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll jump in real quick here. So I do want to say, I'm interested in really trying to strike a balance. We want to make sure we do have connectivity in town, but I'd like to see us do it in an aesthetically pleasing manner. And, technology obviously continues to improve. So I had a question probably for our guest, Gail. So we have these things called underground districts for our utilities, for our electric, and some of them we have planned, but we haven't yet undergrounded. Can we require the communications lines to be undergrounded, in advance of, say, the electrical?
I think that's I don't want to give you a definitive answer because it's a little bit complicated, but the general standard is for telecommunications infrastructure, it's the same standard as for wireless infrastructure. When you look at state law, they have a right to use the public right of way, but they cannot incommode the public use. And so the question becomes, have you come up with is it a reasonable standard that you're applying in terms of regulating the aesthetics so that they do not incommode the public use? Is it a safety standard? I would think it would be reasonable to factor in future city plans there. But I know with utilities, there are some, at least with investor-owned utilities, which is not what you face here. With investor-owned utilities, I know there are some special rules about when you can require undergrounding. I don't feel like I know enough about your situation with your utility to give you a definitive answer on that. But certainly, it would, just looking at whether you would require or could require wires to be underground, that would be within your purview in terms of aesthetic regulation, as long as it's reasonable regulation.
And this may be for you or for one of our utilities, but so can we require, you kind of went over safety quickly, but could the city require kind of structural analysis for safety? And, if we had an old or already loaded pole, it was deemed unsafe with more equipment on it, are we allowed to charge the telecom for replacing that pole?
Yeah, I can go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm going to defer to you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. Greg McKernan again, City of Palo Alto Electric Utilities. In the past, there was a wooden utility node for small cells done by Verizon a couple years ago. Poles that we require structural calculations on every pole that the telecom's attached to. And in that node, 2 of the 11 were replaced due to structural overloading.
And that includes street lamps as well?
We do street lights. However, it's a different standard than the way wooden utility poles are structurally loaded or calculated.
Okay, thank you. So, again, just to sum up my thoughts quickly for our boards, I would like to see us consider undergrounding with some strong noise standards as technology changes. I know we looked at it several years back. We haven't really talked about noise, but I think we need to be clear about noise impacts, whether it's underground or on the pole. And then I think we should be clear on our preference in terms of type of pole. And again, I think it's something we should discuss. I mean, currently my thought is that the taller the pole, it would be less visible. And for me, so that would probably favor power poles over street lights, as long as we're doing this kind of safety analysis. But I think it's something worth more discussion at ARB and Planning Commission. So those are my thoughts. I think we've all done a round at this point. So I'd suggest we end our study session. I want to thank Planning Commission and ARB for attending tonight. And does the staff or Ms. Parrish have any final words?
Just thank you. We look forward to working with the community and bringing some updated language to the boards and commissions for your review and then on to the city council. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, so now we're going to adjourn our joint special meeting and resume our council meeting. Our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Don't believe we have any tonight. So we'll move on to oral communications. This is a chance for the public to speak to an item that's not otherwise on the agenda. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I currently see 2 speakers. We'll continue, 3 speakers. We'll continue taking hands through the time that the first 2 speakers speak. So our first speaker will be Ken Horowitz for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Ken Horowitz from Resident of Palo Alto, Homer Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to speak again about an item that we discussed, or you discussed last Monday, which was a revenue generating ballot measure. But the real issue really isn't the revenue. It's more of a health issue. And I was glad that there was a little bit of discussion earlier about health. And local governments are the front line for adopting policies aimed at improving health outcomes. And we can't really look to Sacramento. They have too many lobbyists there, and they have lots of contributions that they make to politicians, et cetera. So we really have to depend upon the local level to adopt policies. And most recently, you adopt a policy on vaping. So what I'm suggesting is to follow through on an item that was brought up in 2018, which was championed by former council members Niz and Holman, as well as others, to refer to the Policy and Services Committee to look at the whole issue of sugar, because sugary drinks are really doing a lot of damage to our community. They provide no nutritional value, and their impact are not so surprising. The average American now drinks 50 gallons of sugary drinks a year. Childhood obesity has more than doubled. And on. Fatty liver disease, diabetes, all of these are chronic diseases that could be alleviated by we as a city doing something about sugar. So I'll kind of end with to just basically say, I hope you will have the political will to refer this to the Policy and Services Committee to look at sugar. And just as a kind of a side note, that where they used to have Pete's right next to the President Hotel is now going to be a boba shop. So we're going to have more sugar introduced into Palo Alto and our kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Art Lieberman, and to be followed by Aaron James.
Good evening, Council. I am the Vice Chair this year of Palo Alto's Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, Payback. In a letter sent to Council, to the City Manager and City Attorney, the Payback Committee asked you to make funds available to replace the badly deteriorated surfaces of 3 pedestrian and bicycle bridges. 2 of them are along the ballpark path, and also there's the Wilkie Way Bridge. Committee members, others in our community have repeatedly complained about the poor condition of the surface of these bridges. It's not only that these bridges are very unpleasant to ride across, but that it can also be risky and hazardous because they are slippery when wet with rain or dew, and there is a possibility of someone being injured with consequent liability to the city. Bridge surface maintenance is mandated by the current Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan and also the Comp Plan Policy T-1.20. Quote, regularly maintain off-roadway bicycle and pedestrian paths, including sweeping, weed abatement, and surface maintenance, unquote. Now, these bridges are essential parts of our off-road pedestrian bike infrastructure. Public Works has the charter to maintain roadway surfaces. It has the responsibility to do the same for essential bicycle infrastructure. Unfortunately, the maintenance of the bridge surfaces has been deferred long, and now it is time to replace the surfaces. These bridges are heavily used for recreation and commutes, including by students attending Gunn High School. And the bridge near Gunn has recently been inspected by a public works official who found a wooden beam on the surface to be cracked, presenting a structural problem. And some of the bolts holding the beams in place on these bridges are loose. Now, we are delighted with the impending opening of the spectacular new bike ped bridge over 101. But at the same time, the condition of the surface of the 3 bridges noted in our letter is an embarrassment to Palo Alto with our gold level bicycle friendly certification and our commitment to bicycling. We call on the City Council to prioritize funding of these bridge surface replacements, beginning with a study by Public Works of bridge deck materials that would ensure a smoother and safer riding surface and a longer lifetime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron James, so we are no longer taking additional speakers. Aaron.
Okay, so good evening. I sent you all a longer email letter this weekend. We didn't need to be embarrassed as a city about no longer having any black officers. If, you know, I reached out over several months period of time as I observed that we were losing our last few black officers. I sat down with Andrew Bender. He told me he wanted some input from me, but then he said it needed to be put on a back burner, which I think is outrageous. We've given a lot of talk to equity and racial equality in the town. So what are we going to do? I'd like to maybe Greer Stone, somebody on the council meeting would meet with me on this issue, but I suggested that we reach out to the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, that we bring in a consultant. I mentioned this to Andrew, like a Ron Davis, somebody well recognized as a Black expert on law enforcement and the intersection of race and law enforcement. I talked about historical Black colleges. It's just nonsense that Reif Schneider and the chief put out that they've been doing recruiting and they couldn't find other Black officers. We all know that. It's really outrageous. So we'll be talking more about this as days to come up. I also want you to look at the bullying incident that's gone on at Gunn High School. There are only allegations at this point, although I've seen that students were suspended. Let's find out what's going on in our high schools. I want to thank Greg Tanaka for inviting me to a half-an-hour meeting yesterday with the owner of Fushi Sushi, a delightful individual who was the victim of standalone hate speech. I'm going to be working with Greg, and hopefully with the owner to see if we can come up with some ideas how to make consequences for standalone hate speech of the sort that we saw without, from my perspective, criminalizing that. So we've started the conversation. I'm really excited, Greg, and I want to thank you for opening the door to that. I wish there were other council members, even some that I have some contempt for. I put that aside, and I'm talking about Eric and Allison. We don't have a good relationship. They did everything they could to treat me badly when I first met them, gave me no chance. But I'd still put that aside and I'd talk with you on these important issues if you just invite me to sit at the table. I'd also want to go back to the city manager. You didn't give us the answer to how much the K-9 unit costs us every year. You said it's about 50,000 above the salaries and other things. Let's just give me the grand total so we don't have to keep going over this. And I hope we can do this. And then finally, your ambiguous note, it says, I believe you had a question about Zach Perron. As you know, the city's IPA reports on certain non-force related issues, and I'm not distributing additional information beyond existing channels. The IPA is now an existing channel. Let's take care of releasing the Perron report. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thanks so much. City Council, I want to urge you that the decisions that you make set a tone for the community. What you do has an impact on others. And evidence of that became particularly clear recently. First, I want to say, I'm not calling anybody a racist. I'm not name calling. I'm not making this kind of generalization or accusation of you. That said, creating social justice takes effort in the context of a society that has unconscious bias. Study after study shows that all of us who grew up in the United States are impacted and shaped by the media and socialized messages that surround us from the earliest days. None of us can escape that socialization. That socialization is unconscious within us, and it affects our choices. Therefore, we have to be more mindful. So, for example, when the Palo Alto Police Department refused to agree to requiring vaccinations, that sent a message outward that vaccinating is a personal choice that does not impact others, which we know to be false. Similarly, when the PAPD lost its only officer who was African American, that sent a message too, that our police force, that inclusion and representative nature of a police force isn't important. I think that message potentially impacted the community. And I think it's a message we don't want to send. So when the bullies at Gun, that led to the present lawsuit, that was necessary to protect these students of color who were victims of this, even though you all do not have control over the school district or anything it does. And I'm not blaming you for that. But the lack of inclusion, the lack of prioritizing representative, nature and leadership sends a subtle message to others that picking on the minority is okay. And last week, when Pally fired its only Black coach for the baseball team, who happened to be a volunteer, so query how they can even fire this Black coach, who happens to be a former professional pro baseball player and is loved by the students, maybe they felt that was okay too, based on the culture that surrounds us. I'm asking you for help in being more mindful of all of our decisions so we can create the Palo Alto I know we all want. Thank you for considering.
Our next speaker is Chuck Jagoda, to be followed by our final speaker, Roberta Alquist.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to endorse Ken Horowitz's remarks earlier about sugar. He's absolutely right. Sugar is a real disaster, a real lie that we perpetrate on our society. We give it to kids. I'm a teacher, and I swear that I've seen kids take in sugar, candy, soda, and their behavior goes right up the wall. I can't teach them. They're nuts. Um, Plus, there are tons of studies that have shown sugar is quite a disaster for the human body. I'd also like to speak on behalf of housing. Palo Alto does not do much of a job as far as housing is concerned, especially affordable housing for low income people. People have to sleep in their cars so they can be in the area long enough for their kids to finish high school at Pali High School. Workers who work here can't live here. They have to live in their cars here or commute huge distances. I don't understand why Palo Alto can't make a rule, a simple rule like we will only consider applications for building permits for commercial construction after we have approved enough permits for residential construction to at least make a dent in the terrific deficit there is in housing in Palo Alto. It's hard on the people who live here. You have a nice home in Palo Alto and you can't drive around. It's congested with exhaust and other drivers. And I also think if police officers were made to self-indemnify when they're hired, it would help cut down or at least spread the costs of police brutality. They should have to pay for insurance policies to cover the cost of the damages that statistically they're likely to commit. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you for your comments. And our final speaker tonight is Roberta Alquist. Roberta, you should be able to talk now. You're muted.
Hello.
Yep. Yes, we can.
I'm a social justice educator. I have taught prospective high school teachers and sociology graduate students how to unlearn their racism and other forms of oppression. Institutional racism is in the air we breathe. If we don't learn to live with difference by living with people who are ethnically diverse, it takes us longer to unlearn our racism. We are all racist. You cannot live in this society without being impacted by racism and other forms of oppression, sexism, homophobia, and so on. It's called intersectionality, I think I've mentioned before. So these incidents at Gunn and at Pali are not unusual, but they have been handled very poorly. And it's probably because if you look at the ethnic composition of the folks who are in the administration, and if you ask them how much contact they have had with ethnically diverse people, living and working with them, and if you look at the demographics of Palo Alto, you will see that unlike Redwood City, Mountain View, East Palo Alto, we're a pretty white dominant, upper middle class community with some small exceptions. My concern is that parents shouldn't have to resort to the legal system to get redress. If these students have been haunting, taunting, spitting at, trying to beat up and bully these students, then the administration needs to find ways to address this in a healthy and non-punitive way and re-educate these kids as well as the administration about diversity. I hope that you will play a part in this. Discrimination of any kind needs to be challenged and addressed. These parents were desperate because they decided to file a suit as the administration wasn't responsive to these students and their parents' requests for help. This went on too long. Please support these students in finding ways to develop workshops to only, not just a once a year or once a semester, but ongoing workshops to address how we can become ethnically diverse and accepting of difference. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Are there any council members that want to register a no vote or pull an item? Councilmember Koo?
I'd like to register a no vote on item 7, please. Thank you.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 6, 7, 10, and 11.
6, 7, 10, and 11. All right, let's see if any members of the public would like to speak to the consent calendar. I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll come back to council. And can I get a motion on the consent calendar, please?
I'll move consent.
Thank you. I'll second it. All right, so we're putting on the consent calendar. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
So that passes with a 7-0 vote with Councilmember Koo no on item 7, Councilmember Tanaka no on 6, 7, 10, and 11. Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to your no vote?
On number 7, it is basically increasing the contract for the contract for 350,000. Again, it's towards the public safety building. And it seems like with all of this, there seems to be an increase in the initial price for the construction of the building. I know that this is towards inspections, but still, it seems like the price is going up. That's why my no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I have a kind of general reason why I'm voting no, which is that I thought our protocol is that we submit questions and then the staff answers the question. This week, when we submitted it on Wednesday, the city manager replied that he didn't like the questions and basically he wasn't going to answer them. And to me, this is not how we run a city. We should be transparent. Our city manager is unelected, and it gives him unprecedented power to choose what questions he chooses to answer or not answer. So I think we should be following our protocol, and I'm disappointed that these were not answered. But I had specific reasons why some of these I voted no on. So on number 6, it's not clear why the work wasn't anticipated ahead of time. It's a 26% price increase, and you would think that the things mentioned in the report, I would think should already be contemplated. And if they weren't contemplated because of something that the regional water quality control plant changed, then perhaps they should bear some of the cost of this change versus just the city. On number 7, I think Councilmember Koo said it really well. It's $350,000 for extra cost for the public safety building. I think we have to hold the line on this. It should come from the budget of the public safety building that we already approved versus additional costs to the city. So I think Councilmember Koo called that right. On item 10, I really firmly believe that we shouldn't engineer a poll to get the public to vote on a new tax. I think the public should just get clear, simple information about what we're going to use the money for, why we're going to do it. And if the public wants to vote on it, have them vote on it, right? If they want to support it, great. If they don't support it, they don't support it. But I think for us to, we're spending up to $350,000 now, right? $250,000 on FM3 plus another $100,000 now. So this is $350,000 that we're spending to try to get the public to tax themselves. And I think it's much better and much more fair for us to just put the language out there, let the public decide whether this is the good use of their taxpayer dollars or not. On item 11, it's a $1.25 million contract to raise our utility rates. There was no range of what the bids were for the contract. And in there, it said that it was $1 per agreement, which I didn't quite understand. Was that a placeholder? That's one of my questions, but there might be a really good explanation, but because the city manager chose not to answer my questions, I have no idea why it's $1 per agreement, yet the total contract size is $1.25 million. So those are reasons why I cannot support those items on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As noted in your written agenda, there's actually no time assigned to the city manager comments tonight. Given that you have an impacted agenda, my comments have been distributed electronically as well as attached to the agenda, and so be available to the public there. I did want to note just very quickly, since Councilmember Tanaka raised the question about responding to questions. As the council may be aware, and the public may also be aware, Councilmember Tanaka does use volunteers for generating questions each week. And quite frankly, I need to balance the time that staff spends in following up on those questions with the effective value in the responses. In this case this week, the questions were all answered in the reports, and very clearly so. So respectfully, responded to Councilmember Tanaka and his volunteer that it did not feel appropriate for staff to go through and generate written responses to each of those questions. I did offer to follow up as might be helpful to clarify where those responses were provided. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we have some attendees from Indiana who I think appreciate you keeping that short. It's getting quite late there. So moving on to our action items. Our first item is a colleagues memo and adoption of a resolution to create a sibling city relationship. This was a colleagues memo by myself, Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Stone. So I thought we would talk about the memo, and then we go to the public, and then we come back to council. So I hope my colleagues read the memo. That it's really a twofold item. It's about forming this relationship, a U.S. sister city relationship with Bloomington, Indiana. And it's also hopefully a pilot for a larger national program to really encourage this kind of relationships between cities in the United States, to bridge divisions within the country, to increase understanding and unity. And so back in May, I personally visited a handful of cities. And while all the cities were interested, I would say Bloomington was the most excited, followed through. And there's a large group of people here in Palo Alto who have been meeting weekly to kind of move this idea forward and get it to this point. And I hope you saw letters of support from Neighbors Abroad, from Rotary, Kiwanis, and others. And this effort will be run like our other sister city relationships by volunteers. Won't cost the city. So I do want to say thank you to City of Bloomington, to Mayor John Hamilton, to their head of council, Jim Sims. And I also just wanted to recognize the steering committee here, which included Bob Winslow, Dana Tom, Karen Kinzel, Megan Swayze Fogarty, Bonnie Packer, Charlie Widens from the Chamber of Commerce, Karen Rode, Cynthia Levine from the Aurora Choir, Karen Holman from MidPenn, and Lisette Narragon from Kiwanis, and finally Andy Reed from PAN. So those are my quick comments. Councilmember Stone or Koo, do you have any comments?
First, I want to say thank you for bringing the colleagues memo, and I want to thank the community members who helped with this relationship and the building of this relationship. It's very exciting that we actually now have a relationship with a city that is within the United States. It's great that we have all the international, but it sure is something to develop within the United States, and just seeing how we can share and bridge some of the potential reasons of backgrounds of why they do the things they do, and also all the benefits that we might be able to receive and also to give. So thank you for bringing this sister city to us. And
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, thank you for bringing this forward to Councilmember Koo as well, and the committee. I think the old adage of think globally, act locally really applies here, but just kind of slightly modified to think nationally, act locally. I think we've all seen and probably been disturbed by the growing divide in the country based on just people having differences in opinion, and I'm really excited for the opportunity to be able to work with another community that has both similarities to Palo Alto as well as differences, to be able to hopefully start to divide that gap. Because I do think every state, every county, every city, every town in the country really has this responsibility to really start reaching out to each other and trying to explore ways where we can get along and just get back to having civil discussions, even when we disagree. And unfortunately, we've seen that here in Palo Alto as well. And so I'm hoping that this is not only a start to forming new friendships around the country, but also being able to work towards that greater civility in all areas moving forward. So excited for the discussion and hope our colleagues will join us in moving this forward.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to the public, and I want to invite Mayor John Hamilton, who's joined us. It's after midnight, I think, and then Vicki Vinker, who's also been instrumental, is also joining us. But Mayor Hamilton.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
This is definitely my first appearance in front of the Palo Alto City Council. It's really nice to meet you all. Thank you so much for giving me a little time. I'll be brief. I do want to just express on behalf of the city of Bloomington and my fellow elected official, Jim Sims, and other members, how excited we are about this. Mayor Du Bois came and we met last summer. And I just have to say, it's an idea that has grabbed a lot of hearts and energy and attention to think about this domestic sibling city that does try to learn and share and grow, but also be part of this effort to knit our country back together again, just a step at a time, community by community, do the things we can. We don't know exactly how it will work. We have an excited group of people here who want to explore this, and I just so appreciate you're taking this first step, and our city council is ready to do the same. I can tell, I won't talk a lot about Bloomington. America could talk a long time about their city, but we're a similar sized city to Palo Alto in South Central Indiana, rural areas around us, 203 years old, a limestone city, a manufacturing city. If you've seen the movie Breaking Away, you've seen Bloomington, or if you've seen Hoosiers, you've seen about a town not too far from us, but a little flavor of rural Southern Indiana too. But as said, there are similarities between our cities, a great tier 1 research university being one important similarity, but also significant differences. And I just want to encourage you to approve this respectfully and earnestly ask you to approve it, as we will look forward to doing the same and learn together, grow together. I'm happy to, don't know if you do questions or anything like that, but I particularly do want to thank Mayor Du Bois and Vicki Vinker for their energies and work on this. And we're standing ready to go. The nation's first 2 sibling cities, if you adopt and we adopt, and we're really looking forward to working together with you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamilton. And so again, if members of the public would like to speak, put up your hand now. We're going to go to Vicki Vinker next. Vicki.
Well, thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and good evening, council members. My name is Vicki Vinker, and I am the founder of Sibling Cities USA and a Palo Alton, although I'm coming to you also from Bloomington tonight. So thank you, Mayor Du Bois, for your leadership in pursuing this first ever Sibling Cities pair. And thank you, Mayor Hamilton, for your vision and for staying up late. So Sibling Cities USA is a national nonprofit that we just founded this year to bridge regional divides by breaking stereotypes, discovering connections, and building relationships. Many Americans think we know each other, but what we believe is largely based on stereotypes. That's dividing us, and Americans yearn to get past those divisions. So how can Sibling Cities USA help? Well, we stand ready to facilitate and support this pilot in concert with neighbors abroad in Palo Alto, city leaders in both cities, and the residents of each community who will drive a lot of this. Details are in a brief we submitted at page 217 of your packet and on our website at siblingcitiesusa.org. But in short, we provide a framework, tools, and an advisory board with relevant expertise. The framework consists of Sibling Cities' 3 pillars of connection. They are the 3 C's of community, commerce, and civil discourse. The first, community, lets students, service organizations, advocacy groups, artists, and more get to know each other. The second pillar, commerce, allows business communities to compare notes and explore opportunities. Then once we get to know each other, the third pillar, civil discourse, will help us have a conversation with the people of Bloomington to hear each other out and build understanding around issues facing our nation. So in addition, our advisory board can help. We have 3 advisors with deep bridge building experience. Former Cabinet Secretary David Matthews chairs the board of the National Issues Forums Institute. Joan Blades is a co-founder of Living Room Conversations, and Rob Fursh is the founder of Convergence Center for Policy Resolution. 2 more advisors are renowned professors. Joan Williams at UC Hastings writes on classism and gender equity. Cornell William Brooks at Harvard's Kennedy School is a civil rights attorney and former president of the NAACP. This team will be a great resource. Among other things, they can help us craft inclusive practices from the start and skillfully weave equity considerations into our connecting activity. So these 2 cities would be the first pair if approved, but not the last, because Sibling Cities USA is making plans to grow and expand the network of city pairs across the country. Americans want to get to know each other for real, not what we read about each other on the internet. And most people who learn about sibling cities immediately suggest a city to be involved, usually their hometown. So building bridges between Bloomington and Palo Alto would be a first step toward a truly united States of America. I hope we'll get to work together in this endeavor. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 speakers. Sorry if you guys, I made that small. Sorry, we have 3 speakers. So our first speaker is here, Chambers, Bob Winslow.
First, it's a delight to see you all in person. This is a real treat. And I too had the chance to meet Mayor Hamilton. He came to Palo Alto. He's a great person, and we're on a good track. I also wanted basically to talk a little bit about Neighbors Abroad's role in this, and as an aside, urge your support for this measure. Neighbors Abroad has had for 50 years a focus on international cities. Yet when this opportunity for a domestic sister city was mentioned to me by Mayor Dubois, I think when we were when we were out doing Young Poop, it was like 2.5 years ago that this was mentioned. I saw that this, had a good direction where we were heading, but it took the engagement of Vicki Winkler and her Sibling Cities USA to really catalyze this and gel this and bring this incredible, if you will, program, so that when Neighbors Abroad would implement it, we basically had guidance where no guidance had otherwise existed. Our committee that the mayor set up has been is in the process of being converted to ostensibly a sibling or sister city committee that Neighbors Abroad would support, so that as indicated, there would be minimal staff impact, though we would continue to work, touch base with, I would anticipate, Chantel Cotton Gaines as the assistant city manager. The exciting thing about Sibling Cities and what it's already brought is new energy to Neighbors Abroad. And Neighbors Abroad, one might say, gosh, you've already got eight cities. But if you aren't growing and going to new places, you lose your vitality. And the one thing that's most exciting about this particular program is the focus on community, the focus on exploring diversity, the focus on talking about differences. And I think it's something that will inform us not only with Bloomington, but it's something that I'd like to roll across even to our other sister cities as well. So it's not, what I hope is that our program of sibling cities and sister cities is integrated, efficient, and supports the discovery that Greer, you spoke of, sort of domestically and internationally. So I will be busy next year. Andy, sitting in the back, is if you will, picked up the football, and we're delighted that someone is doing the leadership part of this. So working with Andy, myself, and the balance of the team, I just want to say we're here for you, and we're going to make this thing be something that our city is incredibly proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Charlie Widens.
Okay, this is really a stupendous idea. I know Joe Simidian had something to do with this, went around and talked to people from all over the United States in an effort to see if there was a way that we could end the polarization. I'm the son of the founder of the Citizens Exchange Corps during the 60s. My dad started a mass exchange with the Soviets in order to try to prevent nuclear war, to mitigate the impact. I went over as a citizen diplomat as a junior from Gunn, extraordinary life-forming experience. I've got letters here, and I'm very lucky to have them, from Eleanor Roosevelt, Norman Mailer, many other people, prominent people who signed on to the idea. Spent a couple of weeks there. The idea was that if you would meet your counterpart, mayor meet mayor, doctor, lawyer, carpenter, in order to see that the people really don't want nuclear war. It's the governments that kind of create this thing. Since we're on the verge, some think, of a civil war, I can't think of a better idea than to have to do the same thing, where we get to know everything that we can about Bloomington, what issues resonate there, what resonates here. I, of course, will want to take on and will do research about how their police department interacts with the citizens of Bloomington, Indiana, what the black population is there, other things related to my interests as a former public defender and self-appointed public defender of the city of Palo Alto. But it's really a critical idea, and I hope that maybe some of us can visit their city on the ground, not just the mayor, but ordinary citizens, and see what we can do to hold off, like I said, a civil war. What we're going to be, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow to see, or when the verdict comes in the Reddington case, and then we've got the Arbery case that's still in trial. These are things that we want to watch and see whether by developing these kind of close relationships with other cities, that instead of talking the talk, we can walk the walk and trying to make every city in America feel included, so we won't get into the position that we've been in this country in the last 4 years, where some people felt it was necessary to invade the Capitol and attempt to injure and maybe even kill members of our sitting government. So great idea. Mayor Du Bois, I stand behind it 100%, and let's make it happen.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Charlie Widens.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, City Council members, and city staff. I am pleased to speak tonight in favor of the adoption of the resolution to create a sibling city relationship with the city of Bloomington, Indiana. I congratulate everyone for your efforts to develop this initiative to promote increased understanding and respect and economic collaboration. And these are just a few of the many benefits that we're going to see from this program. The Sibling City program will be extremely valuable in highlighting each of our city's unique heritage, culture, and attributes while understanding common values and aspirations and building opportunities for economic collaboration. The focus of the program to understand the assets that each community brings to the table, the synergies that come from building these partnerships through community engagement and economic and business development are right in line with our Create a Connected Community theme. Already, the energy from the more than 20-member steering committee members representing all sectors of the community, including service groups, nonprofits, business leaders, city council, and more, indicates that this is a program Palo Alto is ready for and to become more connected and take the lead in helping bridge geographic, cultural, and economic divides. Again, thank you, and I congratulate all of you for your efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. And I really do encourage some discussion, but if you guys will oblige me, I'd like to just go ahead and get the motion out. So I would move that we adopt the motion in the staff report.
Second.
Thank you. And again, given our time, I won't speak to it further, but I appreciate support. Vice Mayor Burt.
Well, thank you. I just want to express my appreciation for the drafters of the colleagues memo and for Mayor Du Bois and Mayor Hamilton for their leadership in making this happen. This is the pilot of what Sibling Cities is launching as a national program. So I'm really pleased, and I think we should be honored to be partners with Bloomington as launching this program, which we hope will be very successful going forward, and that it'll be magnified through many other relationships, not only prospective ones with us and other cities, but cities throughout our region and throughout other areas of the country. I also want to just really express my appreciation for our partners in this, not only in Bloomington, but especially our Neighbors Abroad program, which is now Neighbors in Country as well. And without them, we really wouldn't be able to have such programs. They're the volunteer backbone that leverages our resources. As was stated, the city resources in this are minimal, except for our outstanding deputy city manager, Chantel Cotton Gaines, who has been our liaison and support for the Neighbors Abroad program, and who really is a stellar contributor for everything she touches there. And lastly, thanking Vicki Vinker, who had the vision and then the determination and incredible networking to build a really premier advisory board and to help facilitate and drive this across the goal line. So thanks for everybody who has contributed to making this happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So this concept has many possible merits. I have a question, a concern, and I have a suggestion. My first question is, how will we know if this pilot is successful?
So one of the things we've been talking about is building in KPIs, and part of the colleagues memo was to come back with the annual report on progress.
Okay, and do we anticipate that being connected with council priorities?
I think it'd be similar. Again, we don't actually get reporting on our other sister cities, but I think it'd be part of that program.
Okay. It's painful for me to have to do this on what is such a happy evening, but I do have a significant process concern. This colleague's memo is really far down the path without any input from the majority of the council. I learned tonight that there was a 20-member steering committee. I didn't know that all of this was happening. And, I just wish that more of the council and hopefully more of the community had had an opportunity to participate. Doesn't mean we wouldn't have ended up exactly where we are, but it was a surprise to me to have this so far advanced without the participation of the majority of the council. And I just hope in the future, with something that's so exciting and such a great opportunity, that we would bring it forward earlier in the process to allow more people to participate. And then my suggestion actually is that I actually think we're missing out on an opportunity with our next door neighbors in East Palo Alto. The pandemic has really shown us how interconnected we are. And when I read about the objectives here with community engagement and economic collaboration and town halls, it's my hope. And since there's a motion on the floor, I'll go ahead and ask the maker and the seconder if they'll entertain an amendment, which would be direct staff to reach out to East Palo Alto to discuss ways we can partner on community engagement, economic collaboration, town halls, and citizen discussion.
So I guess I would just ask staff, and the reason there was a volunteer committee was because we weren't using staff resources. And so how does staff feel about that request?
I think if it were incorporated into the motion, we would take it as a step in getting an understanding with East Palo Alto, what their interest would be, and then have to come back to the council for a discussion of next steps.
So could we get the wording up on the board? So again, I kind of feel like this is adjacent to or not a bad, suggestion. Just I'm not sure it has to do with the structure of this amendment. But can we see the language you're suggesting?
Sure. I haven't sent it in because again, I wasn't aware of all of this until this
Does that look correct?
Let me see. Direct staff, discuss ways, community engagement, economic, I said collaboration, economic collaboration, town halls, and citizen discussion. So I just took the pillars from the sibling city.
Yep. Okay.
Mayor, may I speak? So I'm perfectly fine with accepting this as a separate focus. I would like to share that off and on over 20 plus years, we have had a tri-city collaboration where the elected the mayor and city managers of Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, and Palo Alto met periodically to discuss some of these similar interests and concerns, and many positive developments have come out of that. It's gone by the wayside in recent years, and it's something that I think my experience has been, it's been very valuable and resulted in some excellent collaborations that we've had. And I think that's the best vehicle to explore resurrecting a more deliberate relationship than we have currently. But I'm fine with this amendment as providing impetus to reinvigorate those efforts.
Thank you so much. And I just want to appreciate our guests from Indiana, and I hope that all of us get an opportunity to meet you at some point.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and accept the amendment with the understanding that perhaps restarting the Tri-Cities thing would be a great way to achieve this. Councilmember Tanaka.
So definitely want to welcome our guest. I wanted to just understand, because we're still trying to come out of this pandemic. We've had two years of downturn type budgets. We have staff, that pushes back almost on everything because we've had a few rounds of layoffs and reduction in force. And so I just want to understand this a little bit better. I read the staff report, and there's a lot of great things in there. I understand this program costs $30K, and it seems to indicate that this is not going to cost the city anymore. But I don't know if my understanding is correct, or if there is additional cost. And also, does this mean that the cost will be the same next year, or are we looking at an increase? I don't know if someone staff can talk a little bit about that.
I could just clarify. I think Councilmember Tanaka is referring to the 30,000 referred to as the Neighbors Abroad existing contract, and that there would not be an increase expected to that contract funding. Also, in terms of staff impact, what we had written up in the report is that since this is expected to be done in conjunction with existing activities, that no significant additional work is expected.
Okay, great. I just wanted to hear that, because that makes it easier to support. And so basically, there's no additional staff time on this, which is great. It looks like it's mainly going to be staffed through volunteers. So I think that's also good. It's always good to get the community involved. Now, from my understanding, if this is not correct, let me know. But that's what it seems to imply. I can't really tell if you guys if this is correct or not, but if it isn't, say something. Otherwise, I'll assume so. And then, actually, Chantal, did you want to say something?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you repeat what you just said?
Sure. I just wanted to make sure that in the times of when staff, has trouble answering consent questions, and there's very, very limited staff time, that this is not going to be a big resource. It's just one more. We have a lot of sister cities already, so one more, and that's just not going to be that much more. But I just want to make sure that this isn't going to, take away from other duties that the city is trying to do right now.
Understood. I think I responded to that question. And Ms. Cotton Gaines, if you had something else you'd like to add, feel free.
I just wanted to add very briefly, just the relationship with Neighbors Abroad is critical for all of our sister city work, and this would be included with that, where the volunteers and Mr. Winslow do the heaviest lift of the relationships and interactions, and we as staff usually have a staff-to-staff liaison in the neighboring, whatever connected city that it is, internationally or now domestically, and just make sure that we maintain an ongoing relationship so that we can take care of some of the more formal things that occur through the relationship. But I anticipate this being a similar level of commitment to what we have with the other 8 sister cities.
So no additional staff time is what you're saying?
Just a sliver.
Okay, perfect. And then last question here is, I know that we have trips to like Germany and to all these different places where all these different cities are. Is this all paid through either the staff member themselves or the council member or whoever's going out there, or is this taking city funds to go to all these different sister cities? Like where do the funds come from that funds all these different trips? Like is it paid for by the individual, or is it paid for by the taxpayers of Palo Alto?
Sorry, were you asking me or staff?
I don't know. Whoever knows the answer.
Well, I can just tell you that I think it's varied over the years. I haven't gone on trips, but the trips I've gone on, I paid for myself.
Does staff know the general answer?
And I will add that I have participated in such trips and have always incurred the expenses personally.
I paid mine when I was mayor.
Does staff know the general answer? We have some specific answers, but does staff know generally what happens?
Well, as has been stated, it does depend on year to year on what is programmed. If there are staff situations that do require staff support, then staff would be traveling at city expense.
And has staff traveled at city expense to the sister cities?
There have been over the course of several years, but not recently.
Okay. So, when we're trying to figure out, how to get more firefighters, how to get more code enforcement, how we're trying to figure out how to get, restore crosstown shuttles or libraries, all this other kind of stuff. I think this program makes a lot of sense, but I don't think we want to be flying all over the place on Palo Alto taxpayer dollars, and sending staff and taking staff away from city duties. So, this is probably a little bit more general than just this city, but I think we have to be very conscious of that, given the kind of fiscal situation we're in. Now, if we were just rolling in money, that's a different story. But so I guess Chantal, go ahead.
Just adding a little color to that as well. This is one of the COVID silver linings, actually, because prior to the pandemic, we'd been spending a lot of time in conversation with our sister cities, trying to have more productive virtual interactions so that we can have peer-to-peer conversations. So someone at our water quality control plant can speak to someone at Linterping's quality control plant, for example. So as a silver lining of the pandemic, we've had the opportunity to make those peer-to-peer connections virtually happen more, and that's been very beneficial. So the expectation is trying to connect on a peer-to-peer level and community member to community member level virtually, as opposed to having to travel.
Okay, well, that sounds good. So then for this motion, can we have like section D then that says, since it looks like staff can mainly use Zoom to do this, that will not be using taxpayer dollars to fund travel to these cities? Would the maker and seconder be amenable to that?
No, I'm not going to accept that. Again, that's why we have a city manager. He decides whether it's worthwhile or not. Again, we have some sustainability initiatives. We manage to our budget. There may be very good reasons to have trips in the future. So,
and I will add that given that we have no city council discretionary fund, there wouldn't be any dollars for council members to do such travel, even if they had not historically paid for it themselves, as we clarified earlier.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Yes, may I ask Councilmember Cormack a question?
Sure.
Councilmember Cormack, so are you, is number C your amendment here to have East Palo Alto be part of the sibling program with Bloomington, Indiana?
I did not go that far. Based on my reading of the Sibling City program, it is required that it be out of state. So I don't think East Palo Alto would qualify on their program,
Right.
but I do think it's important that we reach out to our nearest neighbor and offer similar, connections.
Okay, because I thought this motion or this colleague's memo was just about the sibling relationship with Bloomington, Indiana. So what item C is proposing is another relationship.
It's not a relationship. It's just asking staff to reach out in these same areas. Personally, would I like it to be a relationship? That'd be great, but we don't have that before us tonight. I think this is an exploratory step. And frankly, I'm just thinking about our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative from a council perspective. And I think this is a nice complement to the program that's been presented this evening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just kind of think that that's two different separate, I'm trying to kind of wrap my brain around the whole thing together versus having them separate at a later time. Is it possible, Mayor, to separate it out for vote?
We can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth, is that your light?
Yeah, so I think this is a really good idea. So thank you very much to everybody who worked on this, and looking forward to seeing what we can figure out how to do with it. Thanks.
Okay, so again, we're going to split the vote at Councilmember Koo's request. And just to confirm my understanding of C, the recommendations really for staff to reach out and potentially even look at like the Tri-City kind of meetings that we've had in the past. So voting on A and B, let's start with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
I vote yes. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt, you want to speak to C?
Yes. So just to follow up on both supporting these an even stronger relationship with East Palo Alto, I think that it may be that many council members, because they haven't had those relationships or not fully familiar with how much goes on between our communities. Just in recent weeks, I've been involved with supporting the vaccination program that Youth Community Services has been leading in East Palo Alto. Was at a UN film festival at Cooley Landing 2 weeks ago that was in collaboration with a number of East Palo Alto nonprofit groups. Was at another event at Cooley Landing this weekend in East Palo Alto. That was a YCS event, and once again with very strong ties for service in East Palo Alto. But on more significant policy levels, the Tri-City relationship and other relationships have been really fundamental in a number of very important actions. A number of years ago, we established a long overdue mutual aid agreement with our fire departments. We have the San Francisco Creek Joint Power Authority that prioritized the downstream of 101 project in close collaboration with East Palo Alto and with funding support from the Santa Clara County side of that. That was vital to the health and welfare of East Palo Alto residents. Mayor Du Bois and I launched the Joint Water Recycling, Advanced Water Recycling Committee, and invited East Palo Alto to be a member of that committee, even though the funding for that program comes from Valley Water. We also initiated the Hetch Hetchy water transfer, the ISG agreement with East Palo Alto, which was critically important to them. So those are just examples of both the many different ways in which we have ongoing important collaborations with East Palo Alto, which I personally believe should be even deeper. And that's why I supported C.
Okay, we're voting on C now, starting with Councilmember Koo.
No.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, so both of those passed on a 6-1. We're going to move on. Thank you very much. I thought Mayor Hamilton went to bed, but it looks like he might still be on. And thank you. Yeah, we can clap.
And could we maybe get a 5-minute break?
It's kind of late. I think we can continue. If you need a break, you can get up and take it. So we're going to move on to our renter protection policies. And again, just we knew it was a full agenda going in tonight. We're trying to get through a lot of stuff here at the end of the year. We're not punting. We did continue this item to today. Given the time, I think we're going to jump to item 14 at 10:30, and then we can return to renter protections. And this is a big item. We could go into incredible detail, and I would urge council to think of this as a high-level policy discussion. Staff decided to bring this to us early. It definitely requires more work. And I think the biggest thing we can do tonight is really see if there's areas of consensus, try to avoid getting into details, see if we can agree on some high-level priorities. And depending how far we get and how late it gets, we may try to move forward with some items and come back on some of the others. So the staff want to go ahead and do they have any comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Maybe just a couple of comments to reiterate and one to acknowledge a lot of the public correspondence that's been received over the past several weeks. We have done some outreach to stakeholders as a part of this endeavor, but not at the level one might expect if we were actually proposing an ordinance this evening. And we intentionally, as you noted, kept the report at a high level, principally because we didn't, we needed your feedback, and we didn't know which of these renter preservation policies the council might be interested in pursuing. And so, we didn't want to get ahead of you, and we also didn't want to raise expectations in the community one way or the other as to where the city might be going on some of these policy considerations. As you consider the topics tonight, there is potentially a tremendous amount of work embedded in each of these options, and potentially significant resource considerations as well. The more involvement the city has in creating new programs, liaising between tenants and landlords, or actively monitoring or enforcing new programs, the more time it will take for staff to prepare the program, and the more resources that will be required to implement it. Alternatively, as I believe, Mayor, you were suggesting in some context related to this, is if we are updating existing laws or establishing some new laws that do not require city monitoring or enforcement, but provide a legal recourse for tenants who are aggrieved with their landlord to pursue action in court. That process is simpler and may provide relief or protections on a more timely basis. So as we get into some of the questions and answers that the council may have, I'd like to invite Rachel Tanner and Lauren Bigelow, who are fellow from the Partnership of the Bay's Future, and of course, Rachel Tanner, the Assistant Director, who both have been working very hard on this issue and this topic. So I want to thank them for their efforts, and together we welcome any questions that the council may have.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, did you want Rachel to make a comment now, or you were just saying she was available?
We're just here to answer any questions that you have.
Got it, thanks.
Thank you.
So we'll go to council for questions, comments, motions. Who'd like to kick us off? Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I do have a number of questions. My first one's pretty straightforward. Is the new staff report the same as the old staff report, or were there changes made?
A report.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, going in order, policy 1. What is the current fee for the rent registry? I see there was a footnote that we have one, but it didn't say what the fee is.
Councilmember, we have authority to create and charge a fee in the ordinance. We do not have a fee established in the fee schedule.
Okay, thanks so much. I also noticed a number of references in the table to places that do have registries. What is the cost of running those registries, either on a per capita basis or per rental basis? Does staff have any idea about that?
It does vary greatly depending on the city and the structure of the registry and what is included. So it ranges from, let's say, $15, I believe, in Los Angeles per property to register, to $115 in the city of Mountain View. And so that kind of depends on what the program is staffing and kind of what it entails. So more simple is a little less expensive, and then more complex is more expensive.
Okay, and are those fees designed to be cost recovery basis, or are they separate from what it costs to run the registry?
They are, well, I think in terms of running the registry would be recovering the cost of the registry, but they are not revenue generating, just like other fees that the city would charge. They need to be based on the cost to provide the service or perform the service.
Okay,
I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Yeah, no, that's a big range. That's good. One of the things that I've always struggled with is a lot of numbers fly around about the number of households that are rentals versus the number of people who are renters. Is staff able to distinguish that for us? I mean, I know there was some information in the census about people who are renters, and then there's also some information in the document about units that are rentals. And if there isn't a big difference between the numbers, then I'm not going to worry about it. But I hear people use them interchangeably, and I just like to get a sense from staff if we have any way of distinguishing between people and places.
Great. So when we began this project 2 years ago, we focused on using the American Community Survey, which is updated more frequently than the census. And of course, this year, the census data was released for the latest census. So Ms. Bigelow may have the latest census data. But with the American Community Survey, we do focus on households. And so we can guesstimate if those households do have an average of 2.5 persons in those households. We can use that math to estimate people, but really that's, making a leap from the household data that we start with and then adding the per household number to it.
Okay.
Do we have any census data? I don't know if the census this year released stats of the number of renting people. And if not, we can maybe look for it while Councilmember McCormack asked additional questions.
Okay, sounds good. Also, we've lost our display up here, so I can't see the timer.
So 1:35.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll just estimate from there. One of the things that was interesting in the various tables, and this is a general comment, is there were a lot of cities listed as comparables, and it just didn't seem to me like sometimes they were comparable to Palo Alto. So I'm just throwing that out as something for us to think about. I appreciate the information that was provided, but occasionally it was described as comparables when I'm not convinced it is entirely. Okay, so next questions. Page 179, I think. Security deposit. Do we have any sense of how often the entire security deposit or a portion is withheld? I'm guessing if we had a rental registry, we might know, but does staff have any concept for that? I'm just trying to get a sense for how big this problem is.
In terms of when a tenant is moving out and they don't recover their entire deposit, is that
right?
What you're asking? I don't believe we have that data, Ms. Bigelow. I don't think we have a sense of that. And the issue that we're trying to address with the size is less the recovery at the end and more the upfront cost to move in to secure an apartment for rent in Palo Alto.
And I didn't see last month's rent listed. In other parts of the country, it's traditional to have first month, last month, and a security deposit. Is that, I didn't see that addressed in this.
Ms. Bigelow, are you aware of either what state law allows landlords to collect in California in that regard?
So I believe that the table references what it is. It's 2 times the rent is allowed to be collected for the security deposit. Sometimes that gets said as shorthand as first and last is the security deposit. So it gets interchangeable a bit.
Okay. All righty. And then presumably my time is elapsing. So just looking at page 198, and again, sorry, this is in the packet when we first had it. So from November 8th. I just want to make sure I understand. I'm on attachment F. You were able to identify 9,992 landlords, and then you sent with emails, and then you sent emails to 1% of them. Is that right?
Bigelow, did you want to address the process there?
Absolutely. So the way that broke down was there were 298 properties where there was more than 1 meter, and we wanted to check in with folks across the spectrum. So we sent out emails to a third of those 298 folks who had more than 1 meter at their property. And that came up with the 92 landlords, 19 of which responded, all of which we met with.
Okay, that's helpful. And I'm sure my time has lapsed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to jump in and say that this has been a long haul so far. Councilmember Naiku wrote the original colleagues memo, I think about 3 years ago. I'm happy this is back. And since then, state law put in place several of our initial recommendations. In the report, it was interesting to see the breakdown. Apartments are 57% of the rental inventory. Single family homes were 27.5%. So total of 11,600 rented units, about 45% of the residents here are renters. So I do want to see us move forward on some items, hopefully tonight. Elsewhere, I do think we need more details, perhaps more outreach, but definitely more in terms of the costs and expected benefits of some of these programs. So one quick question just for clarification. So what is in our code right now in terms of rental registry or information?
Thank you for that question. And I apologize, there's some beeping in the background here at my house. So our code right now does allow for the collection of data and information from landlords. And that is limited right now to the name, mailing address, contact telephone number of the person having the legal authority to resolve disputes. So it could be a property manager. And then it does allow the city to establish a fee to pay for the registration.
So, that sounds fairly good. I don't know if that was exhaustive in terms of the fields. Understanding the number of units, I guess, that they have. So I would support us just moving to enforce our existing ordinance as a starting point. Overall, I like aspects of the first 7 policies. On some of the on the relocation, I think I'd be leaning more towards kind of 10 units and up at this point. I do think we should consider cost burdening and income as a threshold. So, we have a situation where we do have a lot of single family homes. Some of those are quite expensive rentals. I see those as almost a separate category from low income rentals. And I think, again, where we want to focus our efforts is more around lower income and cost burden situations. Yeah, I agree with some of the filling in the loopholes on things like just cause. In particular, looking at the newer than 15 years. And then I really support strongly, I think, at the county level, providing legal assistance under AB 1487. Again, as mayor this year, I've heard from a lot of people who have either in the process of being evicted or being threatened with eviction. And while we do have a mediation program, that often doesn't work. And then people are looking for legal resources. And so I would tend to say that a lot of these ordinances should be civil matters. And then we should look at programs that help people find legal resources. I'm not really ready to involve the city in these disputes. I think that would be quite a large effort. I'm not sure that that's a step that we should take quite yet. And so, if we move on, tweaking some of these loopholes, maybe relocation at 10 units, kind of expanding the just cause to include buildings less than 15 years old. Yeah, the anti-price gouging, that one's I'm a little bit up in the air on. again, I think 5% plus inflation is quite a large increase, and I think it lets units stay at market. But there could be an argument that maybe that shouldn't be expanded to buildings so they're less than 15 years old. The other thing I'd just say is I do want to see us moving forward. I don't think we should necessarily go sequentially one at a time. If we could look at a couple of these ordinance changes while we are also looking maybe at how we could enforce our registration registry, I think that would be a good framework and approach. And then maybe some of these items could come back to us with more details in terms of, again, the costs and the expected benefits. And I'd suggest that a lot of these activities maybe go to policy and services. Again, it's taken a long time to go through the boards and commissions that it already has. And at this point, I think we could, move forward on some things, send some things to policy and services, and try to get some things in place. That's my time. Thanks. So I think the next speaker I had was Councilmember Tanaka.
Mayor, actually, there's a bunch of people who have their hands raised trying to speak on this item. And, it was quite late last night, and there was an internet outage during that time. So I think a lot of people didn't get a chance to say their piece on this item. So I would encourage us to just hear, at least from the people that didn't get a chance to speak at the last meeting, because this is a pretty important topic, and I think it's important that we hear the different perspectives.
Yeah, I think, Councilmember Tanaka, we did take public comment. You are able to dial in on a cell phone. It's not just internet access. And we're not taking public comment. We did that.
I'll use my time to give people time to speak then.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not our policy. Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got several questions, but one kind of following up on the mayor's comment regarding not having the city get involved and maybe having this matter handled civilly. I do want to I have quite a few questions for staff on that. So the third column on table 3, page 166 of the staff report, I guess the initial staff report from November 8th, states that tenants will pursue the matter civilly if the landlord fails to comply. But then on pages 168 to 169, there seem to be various options for enforcement of that policy. So is staff recommending one form of enforcement over the other here?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Stone. Staff is, I think, probably, we wanted to provide the options of kind of what's the range of how enforcement could be handled. I think the civil pursuit is what is currently in place for some of the other existing tenant protections that the city has and would be in line with existing resources today that the city has available. So if it were today, that would be staff's recommendation. If more resources were made available, then something more proactive could possibly be undertaken.
So following up on that, what are the complications or resource implication that if we were to draft an ordinance that would allow for city penalties to be assessed?
So the city would have to have a process to investigate any claims that a landlord has violated the law, and then have a process to levy the fines if it was found that those claims were justified. And then I don't know if Ms. Stemp would have any insight into how that would also relate to like eviction proceedings, which would be handled at the court level, which is the county and not under the city's jurisdiction. I don't know how the judge would weigh the local laws. Perhaps those are incorporated into those proceedings.
Right. Sure. Thank you, Deputy Director. These are two really different models to either create a regulation and allow for private civil enforcement between private parties versus active city investigation and adjudication at an administrative level. So to take on the second, it's really looking at standing up potentially a multiple staff unit within the city. Cities and counties that do this have dedicated departments who have, as Ms. Tanner mentioned, investigators. They have hearing officers. They may have lawyers to advocate on one side, other lawyers to advise hearing officers. and then go ahead and make decisions at an administrative level, some of which, depending on the model and the way it's set up, can then go into civil court as well. And there's different ways to set it up, but they're very quite different models.
So kind of sticking with you then, is there a possibility for the city to draft an ordinance that may allow tenants in the same apartment complex to collectively sue their landlord in almost like a quasi class action type of lawsuit?
I'll have to think about that some more. I don't think so. Class action procedure is established in state law. I don't think there's a municipal component to that. Maybe I can understand a little bit more about what you're thinking, but typically what happens with that type of model is that the city sets a regulation that requires private conduct to adhere to certain standards. And then if there's an allegation that, for example, a landlord's conduct does not meet the standard that's required by local law, it's incumbent upon the tenant to then go ahead and assert that right civilly. And the city is not a party to that, investigating the facts or getting involved in the adjudication and resolution of the dispute. There are ways to do education, to do mediation. We do have some of those programs already. I think they're somewhat light touch at this point. And so potentially those could be beefed up.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with this, and this may be an area where I think where staff could come back with some more, maybe some more data as far as our local numbers on this. Yeah, I understand the complications and the limitations of resources if we were to pursue a city remedy, but I am concerned about limiting the remedy to civil enforcement, which I think is going to remove a lot of the teeth of any new ordinance. I mean, many of the renters we're really trying to protect are going to be less likely to contact an attorney and pursue these remedies. And I thought there was one study that really stuck out to me. The 2019 California Justice Gap study. It was performed by the California State Bar. And that showed that 89% of Californians making between $32,000 and $77,000 experience legal problems where there's no or inadequate legal help that they received. And it really focused on both a knowledge gap and a service gap. And it showed that the knowledge gap is not understanding that you have a legal solution, which I think is going to be a big issue here, especially with new ordinances. I think our educational campaign is going to have to be incredibly extensive to be able to address that knowledge gap. And then there's the service gap where people are either unable to access that legal help or are concerned about accessing that legal help. And of course, that's more acute with low-income communities as well. Again, the communities that we are trying to serve. And so my concern here is that we know this problem exists, and yet we're going to leave enforcement of these policies in the hands of civil courts, where, at least according to that study, only about 10% of renters might actually use a civil remedy to be able to address those problems. And so I feel like if we are leaving it to a civil court process, we're essentially acknowledging that this policy is not going to have much, if any teeth. So I recognize again the resource implications. I think this is far more complicated, but I'm truly concerned about that issue. And I am over time.
I think you have stated the pros and cons. The problem is well described, and it's a policy decision for council then how to proceed with which model and with what identified resources to make it happen.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So I also want to thank the makers of the initiators of the colleagues memo from all the way back in 2018, and it was interesting reviewing the council discussion at the time, and there was a half of the council who is not with us today who actually opposed any expansion, consideration of expansion of renter protection policies at all. They wanted to limit this discussion strictly to reviewing our existing policies and how to assure their better implementation. I'm glad that that we're looking at this other range of potential programs, but it did strike me that we had very little discussion in the staff report about the thing that was the principal focus of the colleagues' memo, which is the existing policies. So on that note first, I didn't see, I don't think, anything about the issue of the existing policy of requiring offering tenants a one-year lease. So we hear more about what was evaluated in that aspect and what we might be able to do to be more effective at assuring that that existing requirement is actually abided by?
Vice Mayor Burt, that policy is in place. It is following the model of enforcement through civil procedure, and that folks would be aware that that is a requirement and that is a law, and that landlords would be offering that lease, and that renters would know. So in terms of enforcement, it is not something that is proactively enforced. It could be something that if the council did provide direction and resources for more education, could be part of landlord and tenant education on an ongoing basis in Palo Alto. We would not have, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. I think that part of the problem is that there's very little effort to even communicate to landlords that that is a legal obligation under our current ordinances. I don't think that's widely understood. And to the extent that we don't speak about it, those who know it's a requirement can readily turn a blind eye. And I think that's another part of the reality. So I do think that we need to look at ways to assure that we have a stronger, if imperfect, implementation of our existing requirements, because that's a valuable one. We also have the mediation requirement, and I don't know how widely that's undertaken. I think that the Human Relations Commission could have a role in promoting these elements, and the understanding is not merely with the landlords, it's assuring that the tenants understand they have these existing rights. And we just aren't doing that at all. I was also frankly surprised and was not aware that in 2002, the city council had enacted this element on a renter registry. And in the staff report, the only way that it became clear at the top of page 10, it said that we have not been collecting the information due to workload constraints. And then it had a footnote at the bottom, which actually had the language of the existing ordinances, which seems to indicate that we have the vehicle to actually provide the resources that would be necessary to overcome those workload constraints. And so I very much want to see us go forward with that foundational element because from everything that the staff report and others have indicated is that it's really important to have that information to be able to then move forward with well-designed next elements of whatever our renter protections may be. But upon reading it, I did want to follow up on Mayor Du Bois's question on whether the scope of what can be provided in the registry or be required to be answered in the registry is actually laid out in the ordinance of under 9.72.050 section A. And as the staff stated, it's narrow, and that's in contradiction to the scope of questions that are laid out in the staff report of what we may want to include in a more detailed registry. So I want to ask the city attorney, can you clarify, would we need to change the language in section A? And if so, presumably we'd need to give staff direction to return with a prospective updated language. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. It would be legally required for you to update that with at least the major components of what it is that you were wanting that to include. You could also include a feature that would allow more minor amendments or details to be done by administrative regulation by the planning director. But I think you want to hear from the planning department, and they may have some comments this evening about how they would propose a sort of updated and modernized survey to be set up correctly in the beginning so that when you get the data, you find it useful and it's answering your major questions. And at the same time, as you'll see in B, there is the ability to set a cost recovery fee, but it's council that needs to do that. So staff would have to assess what that fee would be and bring that back as an amendment to the municipal fee schedule.
Great, thank you. And I'll have other questions and comments.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So Vice Mayor Burt had brought up the question that I had wanted to ask, because I remember in the ordinance, I believe that there at one point, I'm not sure now, but you do need to register your rental unit, especially if you own 2 or more. So that's why I understood it to be. So the registry is important, as the state is imposing more laws on the city, on different cities, and to increase housing. The rental registry is important. The other point I wanted to make sure that we are aware of, and the security deposit that was brought up earlier. A security deposit by state law is 2 months if the unit is equivalent to 2 months if the unit is unfurnished, and could be equivalent to 3 months if it is furnished. And so I just want to make sure that we also are very careful to distinguish security deposit different from first and last month's rent. It's very clear in the law that security deposits are handled differently. So it might be another thing for council to perhaps decide whether the first and last month, which adds up if you have security deposit as well, if it's just getting the security deposit and the rent for the first month's occupancy. And it's also stated in the contract how you go about getting, in the rental agreement, how you assess the rent, how you ask for the rent. So that's another matter that I think should be cleared. I do have concerns, and I agree with most of what the mayor said in his in what to support. I do have a concern with item number 6, which is the fair chance ordinance. Understandably, it's about the ability, looking at when we're doing tenant screening for criminal history. And I would be very cautious there, that there is liability to the property owner should something happen to a neighbor, or because of not examining the criminal history or properly screening tenants. I do also support the right to counsel, although I do have concerns about the method of funding, or AB 1487, which is through MTC and ABAG, who are going to be who will be managing those funds, and taxation could be most likely they're going to use sales tax, I'm not sure, but perhaps even parcel tax. So again, this is a burden on the residents. For now, that is it. I think that's all my notes say. Before I, yeah, thank you.
Did Mr. Mayor just want to note in response to Councilman Buku's statement that state law regarding the right to counsel was vetoed by the governor? There are still some efforts at the county level to try to create some diversion program for those folks who are facing eviction. So those are continuing in Santa Clara County.
Okay, thank you. So it's 10:20. I don't see any further hands. So we're looking at a motion. Oh, no, I do. Okay, Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, well, I can ask a couple of questions. This is actually got a bunch of questions and thoughts, but mediation. We have a mediation in principle. Does that ever get used? I mean, very often?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. It does get used. It's supported through our CDBG program. It is part of our municipal code. That's kind of the first route that is supposed to be taken. Ms. Bigelow, I don't know if we have any statistics on the usage of that program from the Project Sentinel.
It's anecdotal at best. And I would say that during the several different webinars that we had with Project Sentinel and the Palo Alto mediation program, they mentioned that they had utilization at a fair frequency, but they didn't give us exact percentages.
But we can get that information.
Of course.
For the council.
Well, it's just that I assume that the alternative to the civil court proceedings is some form of mediation, and and this would be that. Am I correct in thinking that?
I believe that is correct. And my assumption, based on other things, and maybe Ms. Stump can correct me, is that if someone is pursuing a matter civilly, they would need to exhaust other methods. And if that is a required method, then they have an exhausted mediation, they could not proceed with a court proceeding.
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just playing one, I guess, today. I don't know, Ms. Stump would want to correct that statement.
The way our current ordinance is set up, it's not a prerequisite to going to court, but a different model could be constructed.
No, I understand, but I think I assume that in any of these sort of disputes, then the landlord's going to be one side and they're going to have all their evidence, and the tenant's going to be on the other side and they're going to have all their evidence, and that's sort of why you have court systems, sort of sort through this kind of stuff, or mediation. So you still have to deal with that. So I assume there's still sort of work to do if we're going to resolve these things.
If I could add, there certainly is work to do, and thank you for raising the topic, Councilmember. I don't believe we have Minka Vanderzwag on our session this evening. Minka is really on the front line on behalf of the city.
Okay.
And quite frankly, I think it's fair to assume that not many tenants would be aware of mediation as a resource for them should an issue arise with their landlords. And so Minka, as a point of contact on behalf of the city, will make that referral to Project Sentinel when the situation presents itself, as will other city staff that are aware of those resources.
Right.
So that said, as you point out, believe that this is an area that does require some ongoing resource from the city in order to even make residents aware of that being available, and then to perhaps shepherd issues through that process.
Okay, good. That sort of slides into my next question, because we're sort of into the, there's a certain amount of outreach and ongoing effort needed to do this, which is, as a couple other people have brought up, a lot of these questions, I wish I knew, we have lots of anecdotal evidence, right? But I wish I knew sort of quantitatively how big a problem it is, how many of these, how many of those, and so forth per year. And so that's what something like the registry is supposed to shed light on. And so that, I think that makes a lot of sense. But how many people do you think it would take? I mean, how much of an investment to actually make it work? Okay, because I mean, we obviously have our experience with the business registry, which is sort of kind of, voluntary and so forth, right? And this kind of thing, you're going to have to get the landlords to buy into it and to report on it and so forth. And, and that's going to take a certain amount of outreach and so forth. And I assume that we're going to have to go beat the bushes and, go bug people and all that kind of stuff. And so I bet it can't be done with sort of one half-time staffer, right? So how big a team do you think it's going to take to actually do the registry the way? Because you're going to need other kind of information too. I mean, the stuff we want to have isn't just their name and phone number. It's sort of what's going on with rents, what's the turnover in these units, some of that kind of stuff that can take more details. So thoughts on that?
It's a great question, Councilmember Philseth. I think certainly the startup would also have some initial work that would not be ongoing. So making sure we got the systems going, as you said, outreach, making sure folks understand. Oftentimes when cities do implement these types of things, it may be over a period of 1 to 2 years even. First it's please do this, then it's okay, thou now shalt do it, then it's okay, now you're getting fined because you haven't done it. And so there's kind of a progressive startup. So certainly the first year or two would probably be much more time and labor intensive than ongoing. And certainly if technology can be our friend, you can imagine in the future that maybe one staff person or even a portion of their work could be dedicated to it in terms of making sure that the notices to register have gone out, again, following up, and then again, hopefully it maybe being an online portal that could be very simple for landlords to do and to respond to it. So that's not a specific estimate, but probably in the beginning, it would take a couple different types of disciplines in order to get it started up and then ongoing. I don't know, Director Lee, if you want to add to that. I know you have some experience in other cities that is a bit broader than mine.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And it depends really on how much you want us to do, how much you want us to monitor, how much you want us to enforce. I shared a story with some colleagues earlier when I was working in Santa Monica. They had a whole third floor of attorneys dedicated to rental protection and policy. So
well, that's the fear.
You could really, spend a tremendous amount of resources on this. But that said, a lighter program, could be done with fewer resources. I do think that in addition to those specific tasks that Rachel was highlighting, there will inevitably be, the phone calls about the tenant, landlord disputes, and it would take, time just to even answer those calls. We had a couple recently where it ate up a lot of staff's time. So, these things, we'd have to do a more thorough analysis to get back to you on that. But it's prudent to be aware of that resource demand.
And I'm aware your time is running out, but one thing is that City of Mountain View has about 4 staff dedicated to their rent ordinance that has a lot of things in it. It's both registry, but it's also their stabilization program and other laws that they have that they're working on. So that's some order of magnitude in a neighboring city.
Okay, that's helpful. So I have a few more minutes of this, but I'm probably out of my time. Can you want to cede to Vice Mayor Burton? And can I?
Yeah.
Go on
So
a
I
little
think
bit more afterwards.
I think we're at 10:30. So I just want to take a read from council before we get into like motions and things on this item. And city manager, do we want to switch over to the next item? See if we can dispatch it and then come back to try to get through a motion.
Mayor, can I go on my round first?
Well, yeah, if we could just answer this question, then we'll decide. But what is the feeling of the council?
I agree with that. I have additional questions as well before even a motion.
So I don't think Councilmember Tanaka has spoken yet on this item. So why don't we do his 3 minutes and then we'll switch to the next item and then we'll come back.
Just Mayor, just to let you know, I've been watching the timer. You guys have been way more than 3 minutes, almost everyone. So
sorry,
keep that in mind. So first of all, I just want to thank you guys for work on this. It's a really important topic. Affordable housing, I think, is critical. I think the part that worried me most about this was the lack of outreach to property owners. I've had a lot of them reach out to me. You guys heard from a lot of them last week. I think some of them tried to call in tonight, but weren't able to speak. But I think that's really important to do an outreach, because you have to look at the demand, but you also have to look at the supply. And we have to make sure that the people who are providing the supply are bought into this, because if they're not, then we're not going to really solve the housing issue that we have. So I think that's really important. So I think there has to be just as much emphasis on that as what we're doing on the demand side. It's a two-side market, right? And I think I don't know if you guys saw the New York Times op-ed, but it was talking a little bit about Maybell and a little bit about some of the housing policies here. And I think pretty much everyone on council has said they want more affordable housing in our city. In fact, I don't know of anyone on council that hasn't said that. And so I think there's general agreement that we do want more affordable housing. But what we have to think about is, how do we get that, right? Let's say look at something that wasn't housing, let's say eggs, right? We needed more eggs. How do we get more eggs? If we make it really difficult to make eggs, are you gonna get more eggs? Probably not. Or if you limit the price of how much you could sell the eggs for, are people gonna produce more eggs? Probably not. We saw the Mike's Bike project, which we approved like 3 years ago, and it took them a heck of a long time to get all the entitlements. They never built it, right? The impact fees were too high. They couldn't, basically the project doesn't pencil out, so they basically stopped it, right? So there's a lot of housing units that never got built, even though we finally approved it. So I think we have to think about, how do we help not just the lucky few, but how we help all people, and we need housing of all types. So I think that's something that we have to keep in mind, because I think the lens that we should be using is, how do we create the greatest good? How do we make sure that we have the housing that we need in our city for all different types of people, and not just people who got here first, right? So I think that's what I've been thinking about, and with that, I was going through the different recommendations, and so I'll walk through them one by one. So I think for the first one, a rental survey program, in general, I'm also in favor of more data, but I don't think it needs to be compulsory. And I don't think that we want to spend gobs of money on it, because we don't have gobs of money right now. So I think it should be optional. I think, maybe it will help us make better decisions, but it shouldn't be something that, you're gonna get humongous fines or just some onerous type of situation. Because the truth is, a lot of people, especially now, a lot of people have ADUs. A lot of them are attached to single or part of single family homes, and people don't have to rent it out. They may do it just to try to help with the housing supply, but they're not compelled. A lot of people in Palo Alto have that discretion of whether to rent that out or not. If you make it too onerous for people, they're just simply not going to do it. So I think we have to keep that in mind. Just an idea of, if you want more supply, you got to make it easy, and you got to create incentives to create more supply, right? You can't make it tough and difficult and onerous, because then people are not going to supply more, right? It's simple supply demand economics. Number two, expand tenant protection relocation assistance. I think the issue with this is that this is really going to be passed on to the tenants. So it's going to make the cost of renting even more expensive than it is now. So landlords are not stupid. They're not in the business to lose money. And if you enact this, basically they're going to start packing this into the fees that they're charging the tenants. And then this makes the housing even more expensive in our city, not less expensive. And I think most landlords run a for-profit business, so you can't force them to lose money. They're simply not going to do it. So I think that's a danger there. It makes our housing cost even higher, and it makes supply even lower. So this is not a good move. On three, eviction reduction program. So I think that, like I said earlier, I think that there's several issues. So I think the issue is that it's kind of like the idea of, and I'm running all the time here, but if you make it too onerous, people are going to take their units off the market. And I want to respect the time, because I thought I want to go over, but I'll respect the timer here, and I'll go on later. But thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if we could put this on pause and we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is item number 14. Is there a staff presentation on this item?
Yes,
good
Mayor,
evening.
Sorry,
ahead,
go
David.
ahead. Okay, thanks, Kylie. Yes, Mayor and members of the council, there is a presentation, and I think I'm looking to the city clerk, Leslie, to bring that up.
And David, if you could go through it quickly, it'd be appreciated. I'm sure you were planning to.
Sure thing. Understood. Thank you. Yes. Great. Thank you very much, Leslie. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department. Today, we are here to review the status and key terms associated with the negotiations between the city and Palo Alto Museum for the Roth building. I will give you a couple overview slides and try to go through these very quickly per your request. Couple overview slides. Next slide, please, Leslie. Just to remind the council and viewers, the city council adopted a new path forward with the Roth building as part of the fiscal year 22 adopted budget, and included in that path forward is additional funding support to accomplish the rehabilitation of the Roth building and direction to staff to begin negotiating with the Palo Alto Museum representatives. Since August, the city and the museum have been negotiating key terms, and we are here tonight to discuss several of those key terms which still need some input. The next slide, please. To remind council of the funding that we have for the project, the rehabilitation project will cost approximately $10.5 million. Many of these funding items that you see here in this list are familiar to the council. The three new ones roughly are line number 2, 3, and 4. The SUMC funds and the Parks and Community Center impact fees. Those were adopted as part of the budget for fiscal year 2022, and that those pieces round out the necessary funding for the total of $10.5 million rehabilitation project. Next slide, please. Onto the negotiation process. As mentioned, the two parties have come to tentative agreement on many of the terms in the lease draft terms. I should mention that the entire list of draft terms are included in an attachment to your staff report. The ones you see here on this slide are the ones that are largely in tentative agreement at this point in time. We are not planning to go over these in detail this evening unless necessary. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides highlight the ones we are seeking council input on tonight, and I'll go through these very briefly. The first one is term number 5, which is the security deposit. The city initially requested or proposed a security deposit of $150,000, which is in alignment with the additional cost that the city is putting in to the project, and it increases the amount from the 2007 original terms. The museum is proposing that we keep the security deposit at $10,000. The next item is term number 9, which has to do with maintenance obligations. And simply calling out which party has the primary for maintenance of the facility and structural aspects. Term number 11 really is just a statement of the guiding principles associated with use of the space so that the use is in alignment with the requirements of the impact fees. And they're listed there, those various requirements. And next slide, please. The next slide has three terms here, and depending on council's direction on these terms, there could be some additional cost incurred by the city, and that cost is made up of largely the reimbursement of permit and processing fees that the museum has incurred to date. This is their request to reimburse at city cost for the permit and processing fees. There's an additional requested cost to be covered by the city, and this has to do with prevailing wages. The museum will and the Vance Brown will comply with prevailing wages, of course, but the additional cost of tracking and reporting on the prevailing wages would require a tool costing roughly $15,000, and they're asking for the city to pick up the cost of that. And then on item number 17, payment and performance bonds, which are required for construction projects. The museum is going to take those on, of course, but also similarly requesting that the city cover the cost of that, which is roughly $67,000. Those three as a package come into about $182,000 in additional cost, depending on council's direction. Next slide, please. So in summary tonight, really what we're asking for is council's input and direction on the items mentioned previously and restated here. And then depending on the direction on the additional cost items, we would ask council to direct staff to return with a budget amendment ordinance for the appropriate funding there. I will also note, just in terms of next steps, the coming out of tonight with direction from council, staff anticipates returning to the negotiation process with the Palo Alto Museum representatives and coming to moving forward to a draft lease and returning to council in 2022 shortly with a draft lease for council's review and consideration and approval. If there are any additional items that need clarification or further council input, we would potentially come back for an interim check-in with council prior to that final lease agreement. But hopefully we're on a path to a final lease agreement after tonight. And with that, we will turn it back to council for any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so given the hour, I'd urge members of the public to be succinct. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. And each speaker will be given 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Aaron James.
My apologies. I didn't intend to speak on this issue. I must have had my hand up unnecessarily. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Again, this is to speak to the use of the Roth building. Our next speaker is Mona. Mona,
hello?
yes.
Hi. Well, I think my speaking, I'm trying to speak for the rent. For the city has extreme rent.
Yeah, we're not taking that item right now. So thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Lee.
Hi, I'm a homeowner and a working hard mother. I strongly oppose the rent control in Palo Alto, no matter you hear my voice or not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're currently talking about the 300. We're talking about the Roth building for the History Museum. So again, if you'd like to speak on the on this item, please raise your hand. Going to Roberta Alquist.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
As a member of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom Low Income Housing Committee, we are absolutely appalled and outraged that you're considering $10 million for a museum. And what have you projected for low income housing? This is an excellent location for low moderate income housing. It has a park, it has transit, it has a grocery store down the block. We have a museum across the street that is infrequently attended. I go by there all the time. There are one person, two people. What in the world do we need another museum for when we have this wonderful piece of land that could be put to use for public housing, low-income housing, moderate-income housing? We're appalled. How in the world did you agree to such an egregious project?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Chu.
Hello. Yes, my name is Annie Chu. I'm also with Roberta on this $10 million, the museum. Where do we find funding from the city of Palo Alto to put $10 million on this museum? Are there other projects that's better for the city of Palo Alto? It doesn't have to be other housing project, but are there better use of this $10 million fund? I'm just wondering. I'm also here to say that I oppose the rent control and to have the city control the citizens of our own assets. So I don't understand the city with all this objective that we have, and we're spending $10 million on this museum.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lillian.
Hello, hi. I also agree with the first two speakers, and I also think it is most important that the rent control is a very important subject and should allow the public the input before you make any decisions. And this is because it impact most of the middle income families. The most rich billionaires, they don't rent their home.
Sorry, that's not this item. Appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is Winter.
I am delighted to speak up for this museum. It has been years and years and years that this has been worked on. I have been in the tiniest towns in Nebraska, Pawnee City, population 1,500, and they have a fabulous history museum for Pawnee City. My hometown in Southern California has far less resources than Palo Alto does, and it has an absolutely wonderful history museum. History museums are of critical importance to a town. They speak of the people in all of our diversity. It brings a richness. It reminds us of where we came from, who we are, what our values are, what we need to live up to. It reminds us of our failings, of how we can do better, what we can aspire to. It can remind us of what we can be proud of. And history museums, I think sometimes people think, oh, a Palo Alto History Museum, that's going to be about technology. No, No, it's about everything that this town has been and all of its people, its first people that lived on these lands before the people that, certainly I was here. And I just really urge you to do the right thing, what I think is the right thing tonight, and pass this, and let's finally have a museum that we can be proud of, and that we can support, and that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Lee.
Hello. I agree with Roberta. Make a lot of sense. Yes, we have a history, and we are, as a resident of Palo Alto, we are proud of Palo Alto, but consider the land, consider the money. Why we spend the money on the most needed place to resolve the housing issues. Rental control doesn't work, but we can use this land, we can use the money to build affordable house, to resolve, to at least make supply demand a little bit more balance. So I against this project. I think we should spend the money and the land for the housing.
Okay, thank you. And then, so Karen Holman was not in the attendees, but her hand was up. So Karen Holman.
Actually, it would be best if Rich Green would go first.
Okay, I'm not sure how you guys were in the panelist list, but go ahead, Rich.
Well, hello. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing the lease negotiations to this point. We really appreciate the work that staff has put into this and the attorneys. We are very, very close. We're basically in agreement with most of the terms in front of you. I just want to mention that time is of the essence. The longer we wait, the more expensive this project becomes and the more money the museum spends. And we do not want to spend any extra money waiting for a lease. The project is shovel ready. We are actively engaged with Vance Brown, our builder, and with Garibaldi Architects, our architect. We meet weekly. We are ready. The building permit is active. We can start right now. In fact, we need to start spending some money on soft cost consultants like a water intrusion consultant and so on. So I encourage a rapid and clear discussion about the remaining lease terms. We're happy to answer any questions you have. And I just want to stress the fact that we feel like we're in very good shape here, that we're very, very close and in agreement in most of the terms.
Thank you. And Karen Holman will be the final speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, we had been invited as participants. Sorry for the confusion. I agree with everything that Rich has said. Of course, time being of the essence. We have been at this for quite some time. The council approved the budget at the end of June, of course. It's important to indicate to anybody who's listening, maybe misunderstanding, there is not $10 million of city money going to this project. Also, there's one thing that should be clarified, I think, in the staff report, and that is having to do with the permit fees. Actually, the project does qualify for those at a closer reading, and also there's precedent for very much the same kinds of projects with ours, Museum of American Heritage Environmental Volunteers. So that's one clarification for that. Prevailing wage, I believe an email was sent from Tim Stitt from Vance Brown to Public Works, confirming that, of course, Vance Brown does pay prevailing wage on everything except for sometimes there might be a subcontractor. We also appreciate the meeting that we had last week with with Colleen Oze and with Brad Eggleston from Public Works. And it's really important for Brad Eggleston, if he would please, to, as I believe he commented that he would, but just it'd be great to have confirmation from the city council to work with the museum to extend the permit. The clock is ticking as it has been. And so that really is important to get that permit extended by before the end of the year, and by December mid would be helpful. And then also, I put out some tentative dates for myself for consumption and to Rich, that if we could set some dates certain, it would really provide some surety for the project. So December 6th, let's say, 3 weeks out for a draft lease, and December 10, which is your first business meeting of next year, for a lease agreement to come to the council. We're close on pretty much all of this, so hopefully we can go forward. Number 11, number 16, I think we can just say yes, of course. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's come back to council for discussion. Who would like to go first? Yeah, you ready? Vice Mayor Bird? Go ahead.
Well, first, I want to thank the staff for all the focused work that they've done and all the excellent progress that's been made on this. I do want to ask staff to clarify that there are several speakers who were questioning about whether these same dollars could be used for affordable housing. And could staff just briefly clarify the limitations on the how those funds can be used, including explanation of the TDRs, and that really the city is, those aren't truly city funds. They're funds that we administer that are sold privately, and then we're basically a pass-through in this regard on that, as I understand it. So if staff could briefly just offer the public those clarifications.
Sure. I'll try and take this. Kylie Noze, Administrative Services Director. So the 10.5 million that's allocated in the remaining funding plan for the $12.3 million rehabilitation is a number of sources. Technically, some of those sources could be used for housing building, I believe. At minimum, there's $1 million general fund contribution. The impact fees would not be eligible. Specific to the question about TDRs. TDRs are, or also known as transfer of development rights, are funds that the city can put to market basically, and developers can pay for the ability to purchase those development rights, and those proceeds must be used to fund an eligible historic restoration. So they don't have to be used technically for this building in particular, but it does have to be used for an eligible project under the TDR regulations. This rehabilitation project obviously does satisfy those requirements, and specifically, historically, the council made a choice to sell those development rights in order to help allocate those sale proceeds towards the rehabilitation of this historic facility.
Great, thank you. And it's also my understanding that it required the work of I think 1.8 million that the museum had put into all the plans and eligibility that enabled those transfer development right funds to be actually even sold. But at a higher level, I'd just like to say that this is a city-owned building, and it has been dilapidated since the city was able to acquire it as part of the SOFA plan process. That I'll note, a major element of that SOFA plan was the the Oak Court Apartments, a family affordable housing project just across the street from this. And but as a result of it being a city-owned building and has been deteriorating, this project will renovate the building through a combination of the funds raised by the History Museum and these city funds that are laid out here. And then, but the city will own then that asset that has been renovated. And so that's a valuable net gain for the city that we would have to, it's an historic building. It can't be torn down and replaced and use that site for another purpose or a new construction. And so we're getting, I think, in the long term, a excellent investment, but also that the value of a facility, whether it's this history museum that will include our multicultural history and our technology history and other elements that are very important for our community to be able to understand better and for visitors to understand. It'll be a community asset like we have in our Avenidas, our senior center. And many cities pay for and staff at their own ongoing expense senior centers, history museums, and the like. In this case, we're going to be able to outsource all of those functions and derive the benefit of both having such a museum and having a more valuable city-owned asset of that building. So I just want to put those things out there as a general framework. I am interested as we are discussing the specific outstanding terms. One of the things that I was aware of previously, and thanks for getting some of the details out there, is that we've on various comparable situations had where the city waived certain permit fees because it was a city-owned asset. We did so with the Junior Museum. We did so with the former Sea Scout base, which is the Environmental Volunteers facility. I'm not sure how we did that on Avenidas. I don't know if staff has any update on how we treated the permit fees at Avenidas, whether they paid for them or the city waived them. But I think that is something that I'm willing to consider in that specific area. So I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, I'd encourage us to try to quickly get through questions and motions. So personally, again, I'm glad that we're so close. It seems like these are relatively small issues remaining. And just to echo the Vice Mayor's comments, I mean, this is a city-owned asset. It's embarrassing, kind of the way it's deteriorating. I did run into Vance Brown at a recent city event, and you know, the building has been leaking. The recent rains haven't helped. And so again, I think moving forward with this nonprofit, get the city asset, historic building rehabilitated, makes a lot of sense. And again, I think it's very true what one of the public speakers said about our history in Palo Alto. And we do have a rich history beyond tech, but even the tech history is truly astounding. And, you know, with Fairchild Semiconductor making the first really commercial transistor here in Palo Alto, it really changed the entire world. And, you know, the fact that we don't have a museum, I think is a real missed opportunity for us to tell our story, you know, the good and the bad. I do think the point about the TDRs is important. I think the way it's been summarized and some of the comments from the public, again, these are funds for historic rehabilitation. They were sold with the intent to rehabilitate this building, and they were enabled to be sold with the plans that the museum created. And so that's not, I really view those as kind of reserved funds the city sold to private investors has been holding for the museum. So June 21st, we did ask staff to move quickly. I appreciate the thoroughness. I know we've had several city projects where staff has come to council and said, look, every month you delay is adding expense. And I think we got to have that attitude ourselves and be a true partner here to get this project moving. And so again, as I've asked staff and looked for information, it does seem like we've been inconsistent and done different things for other similar situations. The Sea Scout building, the Avenidas fire station, there's a lot of examples. So every project seems to be different. I think I'm at the point I'd love to hear from my colleagues, but kind of ready to split the differences and try to move through these different items. Again, my thing is I think we're slowly killing the museum, just the amount of time that this process is taking. And so, I do think a couple of specifics. It's not clear to me what difference a $10,000 deposit or a $150,000 deposit would do. If they start this project and for some reason it's not finished, it doesn't seem like $150,000 is going to make a difference. So, I'd be in favor of the $10,000 deposit. I'd be in favor of the museum being responsible for the long-term maintenance items. On the community room, I'm not sure, maybe I could get a quick answer. Is there an external entrance to that room in the current plans?
I'd have to ask the museum. Rich and Karen are on the line to assist us with that.
Yes, the community room is in the far back corner on the Bryant Street side, adjacent to the city park. And we have some patio doors that open up to the city park, so you can get right into the community center room from the park.
Well, that's good. So again, I think, to me, I think of things like the community room at Alma Village near a grocery outlet. As long as there's an external entrance, I think, I'm supportive of staff recommendations on managing the community room. I think I'd be willing to reimburse the permit and processing fees, make the museum responsible for the compliance payment. And I do think, again, with COVID and the amount of time this has taken, we should extend the permits. So hopefully they can begin construction under the already approved permits. So kind of ran through a lot there, but that's where I am. Not sure which light came on first. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, just briefly, I think the vice mayor summed it up pretty well, which is the investment we're making, first and foremost is restoring this historic building. And so what do we have to do to move forward and get going on this before it gets any more expensive is the right question to ask. I think that, and it's not sort of on our list of stuff in front of us this evening. I think I'd be more concerned about making sure that we're safeguarding for the future. So to make sure that we're future-proofing this, which is to say the costs of this have escalated over time. And the willingness of the community to donate lots of money to this effort has been intermittent. And so a 40-year lease is a long time. And so I would want to make sure that there are adequate covenants and safeguards and protections in the long term, that if heaven forbid that the museum fails for some reason, or if the city ends up on the hook for lots and lots of operating costs out in the future, that we're the terms that we're not locked into, have some recourse for us to take other advantage of that asset if heaven forbid the museum itself fails. Okay, which is not on the not sort of in the on the plate for us this evening, but I hope staff will keep that in mind and make sure that that we're in a secure position for that as this comes forward. Thanks.
You, Councilmember Stone.
Mayor, and just to what Councilmember Philseth and I think a few of you are alluding to, when the council makes a motion on this item, providing direction for staff on the terms and adjustments of them is appropriate. So I think as you're listening to your colleagues and identifying things that you would like to provide direction to staff on, it is appropriate whether or not it's included in that list necessarily or not.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to city staff and the museum as well for working diligently on this. Glad to see we're finally coming to an end on this long journey. And I do also want to thank one of the public speakers, Winter, for I thought making a very strong argument for the need for this museum. I mean, being a history teacher myself, it's always frustrating trying to convince students the importance of history, but especially our local history. And I think it's really critical that we not only celebrate the really incredible history that we have in this community, but also acknowledge a lot of the dark parts of our history. And this museum is going to be able to do that. And so to say that this museum is not a good thing for this community, I think is a real mistake. I agree with a lot of what has already been said by my colleagues as far as the direction that we're going. I am curious, Mr. Eggleston, can you weigh in as far as extending the permit past the end of the year? Is that something that you plan to do, or do you require council direction on that?
We don't require council direction on that. It's actually by right. The museum, I've been checking with our team's been checking with planning and development services. They will need to request that the permit be extended, but then that'll be by right and just an administrative action that's expected.
Great, thanks for that clarification. And is staff, one thing I was uncertain, is staff requesting any council direction regarding the prevailing wage reporting issue and the city and third-party use of community rooms / space issue? The staff report wasn't clear to me on that.
So yes, so in the PowerPoint, the last slide provides just draft language for the council's consideration in terms of a motion. And so any of the areas that have outstanding items, which include the ones that you just identified, would be areas for the council to provide direction. So for example, on the third-party use of the community room and other community space, it would be, the council could choose to say, accept the recommended principles as the guidelines for development of the final lease terms, or accept the principles and add X, Y, or Z, or amend those principles by removing whatever of the council's choosing. So we try to put it, since this is a bit nebulous and different in terms of a direction from the council, as it is a negotiation, it is appropriate for the council in the motion to identify any specific terms, or just to confirm what staff has recommended.
Okay, and regarding the community room, my understanding is that staff's not going to manage the community room, correct? It's going to be available to rent by the city, but not managed by the city.
Well, I think that's up for discussion, frankly. If the museum were to manage the community room and space, remember, it's not just the room. With the use of the impact fees, it's more than just the room. There needs to be some community space as well allocated in the facility. That would require likely the museum to operate at more than the current minimum hours that they're proposing that the museum would be open, which is a minimum of 20 hours a week. If you look at other comparable city facilities that have used restricted fundings like impact fees, they're open far greater than 20 hours a week from a public perspective. And I'm not sure the museum would be able to staff it for more hours than that.
Okay, but the museum would have essentially kind of right of first refusal or use of that facility that won't get in the way of the museum's daily operation.
Well, as the principles outline, what staff is proposing, that it shouldn't impede the routine business of the museum. meaning that kind of 20-hour minimum operation of the museum facility to the public. But there will be, and the museum has been very open in their expectation for after-hours events, for private fundraising to help facilitate the museum operational costs. And so there does need to be some discussion over whether or not the community room and space is available, and that, you know, the minimum number of kind of hours during the week that would be available, because we can't use impact fee funds and then turn around and use that facility for private fundraising. So there needs to be a balance in the guidelines. So I wouldn't go so far as to make the broad statement that the museum would be able to have it by first right of refusal. We do need to establish guidelines based on how it is being funded.
Okay, and I'm running out of time, so just a few quick comments. Then I think I concur mostly with the mayor as far as like security deposit. I think 10,000 makes sense to me. Yeah, I think on the maintenance side, I think that might be the one area where I may differ from the mayor, though I'm open to different options. But I kind of like the one option that staff presented regarding a facility surcharge on the fees to be able to cover long-term maintenance costs. I think I agree with everything else that the mayor said. And one thing I would encourage us in our motion is to create a date certain for when the lease will come back. Every day that lease is not entered into, as several colleagues have mentioned, the museum is either losing money or struggling to be able to raise funds, which is critical. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do 30 days out from tonight to be able to have the final lease come or have that draft lease come back to us. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Going in order, 10,000 seems pretty low. Could staff please describe why they chose $150,000 as a recommendation?
Sure. Our real estate team did a calculation on what an investment like this would typically be from a security deposit in a, not a public-private partnership like this, and then ballparked it and halved it. And so basically recognizing the additional significant financial contribution, this would be an added layer of security should something happen over the 40-year term of the lease. This isn't necessarily something for the construction period. That's more the item 17.
So 50% off, what would be comparable?
Approximately.
Okay, well then I'm definitely more comfortable with the staff recommendation. Number 9, I'm aligned with the mayor. 11, so let's just get really granular here. Someone's going to use that community room. They're not going to be using it during the day hours when presumably the museum is open. Who will open the door? Will people have access to restrooms? Like, it's not enough to say that, there's a door on the outside. What's it going to take to make sure that this is really usable by people on an ongoing basis?
Those are fair questions, Councilmember Cormack, and those are areas that the city and the museum will need to suss out further as part of what will likely be some sort of policies and procedures that's an addendum to the lease. And so, yes, to your point, the restrooms are down the hall and around the corner. And so we will need to figure out everything from keys to hours to, is this going to be an online reservation system, et cetera, that will need to be documented in item 11, basically. And so we haven't gotten there, frankly, in our discussions with the museum. We've generally got to these principles. And so we would use these principles to guide those further nuts and bolts as you've described.
Okay. That's helpful. In prior presentations, we've been told that the museum has already paid for a number of things. So in 15, why is the museum asking for reimbursement for something they earlier indicated they had already completed?
I will ask either Rich or Karen to respond to that, please.
Item 15 is the permit and processing fees. The
That's
reason
correct.
asking for that to be waived is that there's precedent for it.
Well, you're not asking for it to be waived, you're asking for it to be reimbursed, right? You've already paid it?
We've already paid it, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then with 16 and 17, these are part of construction costs and, hopefully were included in the original estimate. So I'm aligned with the mayor that they should be considered the responsibility of the museum who presented us with their construction costs, which were reviewed. And then finally, I just want to echo Councilmember Filseth's assessment. We are making an enormous investment in an asset that we have let deteriorate, and that is a big change in policy from when we bought it. And it is important if we're going to do something for 40 years. I think about our libraries. I think about Coverly. Who knows what this is going to look like in 40 years. So I'm also reflecting on the fact that our auditor is looking at nonprofit agreements throughout the city. So this is a time to be careful and thoughtful. And I know that our staff will do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ku.
I want to start by just saying thank you to staff for bringing this forward and bringing it so close to actually this happening, where the lease can take place and the renovation for this museum can move forward. That's an important aspect for our community. History is really important, as the mayor have said. And I actually agree with a lot of the comments that my colleagues have made, so I'm not going to make them again. But time is of the essence. We're impeding without the lease and without moving forward with the lease finalized. We're impeding the progress for the museum to do fundraising. And we certainly do not want to stand in their way for that. So I just wanted to find out the community room discussion. I see that in the staff report, it states that there's a lot of discussion that has already taken place and that it's moving forward. So that should not delay this lease coming back at the beginning of the year.
It may. As you can see from the dialogue tonight, these are detailed discussions that we'll need to have nailed down and ensure are supportive and comply with the funding restrictions and work both for the city and the museum operationally. In my experience, the devil is in the details. And so as we get into these operational pieces, we will obviously all do our best to move towards resolution expeditiously, but it is in the details that oftentimes I've seen these types of conversations take additional time, more time than expected. Let me put it that way.
Okay. So council direction would really help in shortening the time, perhaps?
In all honesty, I think the council has provided staff the direction to make this a priority. And over the last 4 months, staff have. We've done our best to turn around any communications from the museum or their legal counsel as expeditiously as possible. So I'm not sure, frankly, if a deadline was placed on us, I'm not sure that we would be able to meet it.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all for now.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Muted. Okay, thank you guys for your work on this. I really appreciate it. So let me kind of go through each of the items. So first, starting with number 3, which is the lease term. 40 years is a really long time. And so I have to agree with Councilmember Filseth and Carmack on this one. I actually like the idea of trying to get some key performance indicators to see, like, is attendance of the museum right? Is the community, like from community surveys, do people think it's a good use? And if not, I think that should trigger us to be able to take back the building and use it for a purpose that the community really wants. Because I'm unclear, given the struggles that the museum has in terms of fundraising, the interest from the community in this, right? I think there's a few really, really passionate people, but as a whole, I don't know if that's true of the whole community. And I think locking us into 40 years is too long. So I think we should have a much, much shorter lease, as well as some sort of indication that this is a success, right? What does success mean and how do we measure it? And so maybe it's surveys, maybe it's attendance, but we have to do something. On number 4, rent. So it's $1 per year. I actually think what we should be doing is I think we should charge them market rent. And if we want to subsidize this museum, then we should pay them, right? We should give them the money versus just make it $1 because it distorts the true cost of this, right? The cost of this is not nothing, right? It's not zero as implied, or $10 million. It's actually a lot more than that because we're going to be giving them like way below market rent for 40 years, right? Which is worth a lot of money, especially in a downtown location like this. And then especially also on the sublease issue as well. You know, I think we should probably do the sublease. And if we want to give that money to the museum, then we should. Then we just do that, right? We as council can vote on that. And that way it's a lot more transparent in terms of how much funding is this museum taking up. Without that, if by charging $1 rent and by letting them do the sublease, we are distorting what's really going on here, which is that every year we're pouring a bunch of money into this museum. And so it's really important that we make that transparent and that we make sure that this is what the community really wants. In regards to the security deposit, if what staff calculated is $300K, then I think it should be $300K. I don't know why we have it. So to me, I don't understand the logic. So I think we should. I want to go the other way, which is we should charge a true cost. Now, if we want to subsidize it, that's okay, but let's make that explicit, right? Let's make it explicit money that we're paying to the museum, so we see all the cash that's going to the museum. Because right now there's a lot of funny money going on because we're hiding a lot of it, right? Through $1 rent, hiding it through reduced security deposits. And then in regards to maintenance obligations, I think I understand the thing about the carve out for the restrooms and whatnot, but I think they should be fully responsible for everything and pay for everything. And if they're not, okay, and if they're not, and we have to do it, then we should recognize that cost, because that's the cost of doing this museum. Otherwise, it's very murky, right? We're basically hiding all the money that we're using to subsidize this project. And let's see, I think people already talked about the third party, the community room issue. And then also with the permit and processing fees, I also think that we need to have a full tally of how much money, if we do waive the fees. Actually, I think they should pay the fees. If we reimburse it, we should know all the money that we're giving this museum project so that the public can truly understand. Right now, the way we're subsidizing this is bits and pieces here and there, and it's really hard for the public to know the true cost of everything that's entailed in terms of making this project happen. And then on 17, in terms of payment and performance bonds, I think this is standard. We should do what's standard for the city. It's a big construction project, it's expensive, it's a prime property. So I don't think we should be taking shortcuts here. Okay, I'm trying to stay within a shot clock here. So okay, so I think the bigger picture we have to think about is something that Councilmember Phillips said, which is this has been on shaky ground. It's been vacant and left kind of to deteriorate because we've been trying to get the museum going for decades now, for a long time, and there hasn't been the community kind of oomph behind it to make it happen. And so I think what we really have to think about is, do we want to be investing in the past, in history, or do you want to be investing in the future, right? Can this money be used, for instance, to help with our crosstown shuttles, right? Which a lot of the kids take to school, right? Or we took money away from the company transfer for the schools, right? Maybe we should invest in the future. Maybe we should invest in our kids. Maybe we should invest, maybe the impact fees for the library hours should be used to extend the library hours versus the history museum. I really like the idea that a community member mentioned about housing. Maybe this could be a housing, right? Let's invest in the future versus the past. We have limited amount of funds. This is a very valuable resource. And I think that if we were to ask community members, do we want to invest in the past or we want to invest in the future? I think most people say, let's invest in the future. Let's invest in our kids. Let's invest on young families coming to our city, right? I think that's a much more optimistic, bright view of things versus, let's invest in the past because that's the best was in the past. I think the best is in the future, not in the past. So I hope you guys will think about that as we deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and try to get a motion on the table just so we can react to that. I sent that to the city clerk, if you could post it. So I think I tried to adopt the staff suggested motion form here. So as the staff outlined, filling in some of the blanks, $10,000 deposit, museum responsible for long-term maintenance, proceed with the principles outlined in the presentation on the community room, reimburse the permit processing fees and the city to pay the bonds. Museum would be responsible for the prevailing wage payment and direct staff to return with a lease and a budget amendment within 90 days and to extend the permit approvals when requested. So again, I was just trying to get something out. I'm open to amendments to this.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So it was seconded by Councilmember Koo.
Mayor, just before the council starts their deliberations, because I don't want to interrupt, would you consider, is your intent to have it just be limited to the community room or the community room / facilities? And I say that because, like I said, the community impact fees, which is a restricted funding source, is supporting more than just the community room investment. There are also other areas designated community. So it's a bit broader than that.
Can you explain what those areas are?
Yeah. I actually can't. The museum just sent over a new map this afternoon. So I would need their assistance. I haven't had a chance to review it in detail, but they have in the past, staff has been working off a an October 2020 architectural plan that had certain areas designated as potential community use. I think it had the lobby, the boardroom, and a few other areas. Like I said, but that's the 2020 architectural plan, and the museum was redoing that, and I believe finalized a new version today.
Okay. Is there somebody from the museum still on? Is that acceptable? Just that word?
The whole facility is not being, the use of the entire facility is as a museum. The community room is only a community room. It is not a museum facility room. And it's always been that way. It was required in the original RFP. So I don't know why there's some explanation about this. The community room is the community room. And then we're offering the largest space in the museum, which is the entrance lobby, for scheduled events. We have to keep in mind that there will be exhibits in that room. So we just can't have people coming in and possibly damaging exhibits there. But the community room has no exhibits in it. It is only for community room.
Yes, but is there alignment that you guys will be able to work out the details and the operating procedures?
I think we're already in agreement.
Okay.
Rich, I think what we're talking about is there's the community room, which is in the far back right corner. But when we're talking about the use of the community impact fees, that is contributing to more than just the capital investment associated with the rehabilitation of that area of the facility. There are additional areas within the facility that allow for the investment by or with community impact fees. And with that come us needing to ensure that we're meeting the appropriate uses of those impact fees. So it's not just the back corner room, if you recall, it's in that architectural plan. There are other areas that were colored. Like I said, back in October of 2020, it was the lobby, the boardroom, and some other areas. And I know that the museum's re-looking at the map so we could better define where the community type facilities would be. And so it wouldn't be just that back corner room. And this is part of that tenant associated with using community impact fees for rehabilitation.
We are
Yeah,
in agreement.
so I think I have that map from an email. So it was the 2442 square feet. It looks like it was just the lobby and the community room. But again, I think this should be handled under an operating agreement separate from the lease. Anyways, just to speak to this motion super quick, again, open to amendments, with the 90-day deadline, this would be a total of 7 months from when I think council gave pretty clear direction that we wanted to get to a lease. So I think that's reasonable. And I do hope, these, I understand we got a bit of an impasse. This had to come back to council, but I do hope that the next time this comes back, it'll be with a lease and that staff can resolve everything, working with the museum. Councilmember Koo.
Again, I think you've said most of it. Although I do wonder if we might be able to shorten B, the timeframe, to 60 days versus the 90 days. Of course, this is also the discussion between the museum as well as with the city. So the sooner the agreement, then the sooner the fundraising can start. But I wanted to see if you might be agreeable to 60 days versus the 90 days.
I don't know, as I was looking at the calendar, I mean, it seems like 90 days is mid-February.
Then could it be 90 days or sooner?
Sure. I mean, it
Okay.
doesn't have to be 90
Thank
days.
you.
But again, if my colleagues are,
Right,
I think that's too long, I'm open to changing, but I'd like to hear from some more people.
understand. Thank you.
Just a couple things for the council's consideration as we're looking at this motion. I totally lost my train of thought. I know that our outside counsel, Claire Gibson, was going to help opine on timing and drafting with our city attorney, Molly Stump, and then hopefully I will remember what I was going to say.
Yes, Molly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we actually do need the word facilities in little 3 there. The point is that we need principles to apply to parts of the facility that are funded by community center impact fees. And that's more funds than provide for the community room itself. So we are going to need to talk to the museum about community center use for additional portions of the facility.
Got it.
Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I want to follow up on the 90-day. I do think that's too long. I mean, when the motion was passed back in June to kind of expedite this process, and every day that goes on without this lease agreement, I don't think the museum's able to really raise money without that lease agreement. I through the chair, could we ask Mr. Green as far as complications or difficulties with raising money without that lease agreement in place?
Sure.
It's almost impossible for us to raise money without any assurance of moving into the building that we're raising money for. We're raising money both for the rehabilitation of the city-owned building and to create a museum in that building. We will be investing dearly in the museum. It's about another $8 million ahead of us. We've already raised over $2 million toward that goal for the museum itself. What we're talking about right now is the rehabilitation of the city-owned building. And we've done everything we can toward that goal. And now that we have no written assurance of moving into that building, our fundraising has come to a stop.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I appreciate that, and that was my exact concern. It benefits both the city and the museum for this lease agreement to be in place sooner rather than later, and for the museum to be able to continue their work and fundraising. And we have been slowing this process down for years now and getting in the way of that. Would the maker and the motioner be amenable to originally I wanted a 30-day, but I would accept 45 to 60 days.
I would accept the 60 days.
Yeah, I think if I might comment, Councilmember, on this point, I would like staff who are close to the action to really share with the council what we believe is the work ahead. Not to disappoint those who say staff will push back on everything. I will push back on this. Quite frankly, I think we've demonstrated that we are willing and certainly able to move as quickly as our partners are. And as such, quite frankly, I have to somewhat object on principle to direction to staff to complete a two-party negotiation. And that's it. Let me ask staff to provide any color you'd like to in terms of the work ahead.
Sure. So a few things. And I remember what I was going to say before. There was some reference by a council member that said, well, staff, you can figure out those details in an operating agreement outside of the lease. But that's not something that can happen. These are actual terms that will be an addendum to the lease. So in order for us to finish the lease, these details will need to be finalized and drafted as attachments to the legal framework and document that the council would be approving. So that in and of itself, I just want the council to fully understand and recognize all the components that will need to go into the final lease document. In terms of timing and drafting of that, as well as the kind of going back and forth from a process perspective, might I ask Claire Gibson, who's been helping us be point in terms of coordinating all of those back and forth comments and feedback on kind of what has got us to this point and the pieces moving forward.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, right now tonight, we're focused on these key terms, which are effectively the tip of the iceberg in terms of the documentation that will be necessary for this complex 40-year arrangement. The documents themselves, we've been talking exclusively about the lease, but there's actually another document that will be accompanying the lease that will be probably as long and as complex, possibly more so than the lease. And that's the tenant work letter that will govern the construction component of this transaction. The parties have recently agreed that the tenant work letter component should be modeled on the recent JMZ agreement. And if you recall that, it's a pretty lengthy, complex document. So there's both the lease agreement to be developed. These key terms are just the tip of the iceberg for what the contents of the lease agreement will be. We'll also have the tenant work letter that will be modeled on the JMZ agreement, which will have to mesh with that. And in addition, as was pointed out, we will have at least the addenda governing the community center uses, and we'll have to work out all the details as part of the lease, as that addendum to the lease that governs the tensions between protecting the museum's interests in their operations and also protecting the city's interests in its investment of the community center impact fees. This isn't going to happen overnight. These are not cookie cutter agreements by any means. We do have the holidays coming up. So while we're all trying to get this done as quickly as possible, I think we need to be realistic about how much time it's going to take with all the many moving parts to check in with staff before we send a draft over to the museum, to wait to hear back from them. It's going to be an iterative process. It's just not going to happen overnight in order to meet the needs of this transaction. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Question for the city attorney. Can we split parts within A or not? Often we ask if we can split items, but usually it's by letter.
Ooh, well, I guess you can, but
Bit of a mess. Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
So possible.
yes, you can. You
Okay.
can, and just see where your majorities are. Frankly, what you're doing is you're giving public signals to the museum as well as to city staff about what council's bottom line is on all these items. So sure, take them separately.
Okay. So when I come to the end of my 5 minutes and I don't, oh, we're not doing it because we're on motions. Okay. So I can support maybe half of these things in A and half not. I don't think B is realistic. I just don't. So that's where I am on that. And then the thing that is missing from this is the point that Councilmember Philseth made earlier. And I think Director Noze encouraged us to include, if it's important that a principal in this lease is protecting the city's long-term interests, we should make that explicit. Is that something that the maker and the seconder are willing to consider?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. So
I was actually going to suggest some language for that later.
Okay, well, I'll let Councilmember Philseth do it and perhaps you'll take that from him. All right, then when we're coming to vote, I request that we split out a Roman numeral 1 and 4.
Okay.
Thank you. And B. Sorry.
I'm sorry, and B.
And B.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, on the subject of B, I'm having trouble with B too, because I think the city manager's point about having council put a deadline on staff to complete a two-party agreement is overly constraining, and it's not an exact parallel, but John Durr famously said that God gave people 2 legs to walk away from bad deals, and I'm not willing to lock staff into a bad deal. Right? I think we want a good deal here, and I think we can get one. So to the other point, I want to suggest propose what's hopefully a friendly amendment, and hopefully this will never be invoked, but it's probably a little VI actually, which is staff to, well, I had this in my mind, I'm drawing a blank now, right? Staff to develop a contingency plan in the event that the museum doesn't meet its operating commitments, which would allow the city to find other uses for part or all of the building.
So an operating plan seems like it would be far down the road. Couldn't this be happen at a different point in time?
Well, I think the guidance from staff is it needs to be in the lease, right?
That's correct.
And it's I wonder if operating plan is the right, or we actually want staff to articulate some operating covenants.
We already have the start of that.
Okay.
Right.
And which term would that be, Ms. Noze?
That would be under the second term.
Additional details will need to be developed, quite a few additional details. Yeah.
So what language do you need there?
I suspect it gives us a pointer, and again, with details to be worked through. I believe rather than operating plan, it was operating commitment.
Operating commitment, okay.
Yeah.
Again, to be defined.
Okay.
And what does this look like in our other city-owned buildings that are used by nonprofits? Do we have such a thing?
There are different reporting requirements in different agreements. Some are on demand. I mean, we would need to go back and pull the complete answer together for you.
Well, let's see. Ms. Jose referred to reporting requirements. I suspect that this goes beyond that to include the potential for whether it's termination or abandonment of obligations under the lease.
Right, so Mr. Mayor, it's common and appropriate in any long-term agreement to include terms for resolving disputes or issues of compliance, and they can escalate from initial reporting, discussions, notice to cure, time periods, but you do want to have workout provisions set out in advance that will chart a path if things go awry in many, future years, many years down the road.
Yeah, I think it's really clear if it works or it doesn't work. I think there's a big gray area that could take an immense amount of time. So the more we can resolve that, that's why I was asking about the other buildings the city leases. So if we're in some middle zone where, they commit to operating 30 hours a week and they operate at 25, whatever, I'm just trying to make up something that's not clearly one way or the other.
Right.
I think if the museum, if we could simplify this and just say if the museum ceases operations or, what the termination clause is.
I think this is not lease language. Yeah, this is just a direction to the staff to think through this problem and to negotiate and reach agreement with the museum on contingencies for, hopefully we will never deal with any of this. But obviously you have a set of provisions that account for more minor issues or issues that can be resolved reasonably over a period of time. You want to do that. You want to keep your partners.
And I don't want us to spend a year hashing these out. So.
Right, but what will help, what will make this work is to have a clear agreement now about what the rules and procedures are. And I think that protects the city and the museum. Everybody knows clearly what the expectations are and what happens if various ones, run into trouble.
Right, and with some, again, as long as we're both going into this as partners, which I think is what part of our motion previously. So
that is the intent.
I will accept this then.
So
go ahead, Councilmember Cook.
Oh, I just have a question. So some of the other nonprofits that we work with and have contracts, usually it's their performance, right? We kind of look at how their performance is during the reporting period to see if it's a partnership that's working out or not. So this one is a little bit different where we're looking at their operating commitment. Are we no longer using performance?
I think that's what those words mean. I think those are the same. They sort of mean the same thing. What is being provided, what services and programs and activities are being provided to the public, essentially.
And how successful they are and so forth,
Yes.
right? So, if you're okay with the operating commitment language, then I am, but I would have.
I am with the city attorney's explanation.
Okay.
I think it's important to be really clear here that, if there's an issue here, right? The city is not sort of waiting with licking its chops trying to find other uses for the building, right? We're going to go try to work with the museum to because the goal here is to have a museum, right? But I think as the city attorney points out, you need to have this stuff defined up in advance, right? You hope it never becomes necessary, but if it does become necessary, God forbid, right? Then you're way, way, way better off with it, sort of articulated up front than trying to figure it out on the fly. So I want to come back to B for a second, though. Staff has expressed some concern that they can get all this done within 60 days. What happens if we pass B? What happens if day 59 comes along, okay? And we don't have agreement on terms with the museum. What happens then?
Staff will have failed our direction.
Well, and I will be very clear. Staff will fail. there's a 2-day posting period. So already take, I'm sorry, a 2-week posting period. So already take 14 days basically off of the 60 days. You've got probably at least 2 holiday weeks in there. In general, that I'm sure all parties will have differing availability. So there's a month basically that we've taken off of a 60-day deadline. So we're really talking about a 30-day deadline to write a lease agreement, negotiate a lease agreement, and write a staff report to bring back to council.
And council members, be aware when the city sends a complicated legal document over to the museum, they need time to review it. They need to read it. Their lawyers need to look at it. They need to have meetings amongst themselves about changes and then send it back to us. That's not done in a few days. They have schedules as well. So this, I agree, this is not a realistic time frame. You can pass this motion, but we will not meet this direction.
Yeah, I think where you're seeing some frustration, and if it takes getting the parties together and walking up and down the hallway to get it done, I agree. Maybe 60 days isn't it, but there are faster ways to get things accomplished.
Well,
but I have several.
I mean, if I still got the floor here, okay. I mean, I don't want to vote for something that we know in advance is not going to succeed. Okay, so if there's some other language about prioritization escalating or something like that captures what we would actually do, okay, great. Okay, but I'm going to have trouble voting for something where we put it up, we know it's aspirational, but we know it's going to fail. Right? So I don't think we should do that.
Yeah. So I got several hands. Councilmember Stone, I think was your light on? Nope.
I think the vice mayor wants to weigh in on this too.
Yeah,
I had Councilmember Carmen.
So in listening to the concerns over B, I think there are 2 issues there. One is that with the word direct, it's clearly directive as a kind of a mandatory requirement, as opposed to what we're really trying to do, which is say to staff, we want you to do whatever you can to return to us within 90 days or 60 days. And I think the second issue is the 60 days. As much as I think a lot of us on the dais here would like to see it occur quickly, I think we do need to be aggressive and yet realistic. And so I would suggest that we maybe change the word direct to request and the time frame from 60 to 90.
I would accept that.
Okay.
That's good.
I'd be more comfortable with that.
Yeah, after hearing all the comments, with the sooner in there, I'm happy to accept.
I mean, again, the comments about the operating plan or the policies or whatever, again, we're talking about a 40-year lease. I think it needs to be flexible. It's going to change. Let's not, hold up the whole thing to get that perfect. I understand we want to have an understanding going into this, but we also need to just really have a framework for change over time. Vice Mayor Burke, did you have more comments?
I don't think so at this time.
All right, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. On A6, I just wanted to say, I think one of the things that's different here, we're making a lot of comparisons to other nonprofits. This is a new organization. In many of those instances, we've had existing organizations going back into a property that we're investing in. So I think it warrants slightly more consideration in this instance. I think the budget amendment in B, it looks like it's $167,000. Where would staff contemplate taking that money from?
The budget stabilization reserve.
And how much is left in that?
I want to say 3 or 4 million is technically unallocated, though the finance committee will be reviewing that in December.
Okay. So BSR, God, actual dollar figures used to be at what, in the 40s, and now it's?
Yeah, it's in the 30s at this
30.
point.
Okay, so 167. So less than 1% of the BSR. It's really late for me. It's actually now tomorrow, so I'm not even sure if I'm doing math correctly, but okay, that's helpful. I appreciate the return to 90 days and the modification from direct to request. But I'm probably not going to be able to support B because of what it's going to be paying for. But I'm really glad to see that it's been modified.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we vote. And figure out how these splits work. So we're going to vote for the motion except for AI, A4, and B. Believe. Starting with me, I will vote yes. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And then was your request that we can vote on these three things together?
Fine with me.
All right, so we're now voting on A1, A4, and B. Starting with Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. All right. So we finished this item. It's midnight. I am willing to continue the renter protections item. I don't know if I want to do a straw poll. Are we willing to continue? Yes. Oh, I meant proceed. I should have used the word proceed. So not willing. City manager, can we continue this item to?
Well, in the interest of clarity, could we get a sense of the council's desire to take this up again soon at the cost of deferring already scheduled items on your next meetings?
Can we hear which items might compete?
Let's see, for the 29th.
Don't want to give a blank check.
Yes, we do have, I believe it's Churchill, California Avenue, and let's see, blanking on the last action item we had. City Clerk, help us with that.
Mayor, if I might wade in already.
Well, let's hear some more on the agenda.
Okay.
City Manager Shikata, I believe you have a closed session that morning or that day as well.
Right, but I believe that is time sensitive, so
Correct.
not suggesting a swap.
That is good.
Is the Cal Ave issue time sensitive?
Perhaps not, since we do have direction on the closure to remain until June. The follow-up item was to continue the council's prior discussion related to closures. So again, with the council's indulgence, I think that one could be deferred to a later date.
Is Churchill time sensitive?
In the long arc, very long arc.
In the long arc, we're all dead.
We also have a study session.
All right, so I'll move that we just continue the renter protection item. And, we'll leave it up to staff, but suggest that we defer the Cal Avenue item until later.
Second.
Okay, let's just vote on it. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Vice Mayor Burt
Yes.
and Councilmember Filson
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, again, appreciate the effort to get through these items tonight and stay until midnight. We're now at Councilmember questions, comments, announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Well, it's a little ironic, but I just wanted to note that there were 6 changes to tonight's agenda. And, some things that came out after the packet. And I know we all have a lot of moving pieces and parts, but it's really hard for us to keep up with everything. And I can only imagine it's difficult for the public. So I realize it's quite difficult, but I think this council has demonstrated an interest and willingness to spend a lot of time on each topic. And so perhaps just recognizing that up front would help us. This is a stunning number of changes, and the scope and frequency of them is increasing. And I'm just concerned about it. So I just wanted to share that.
The good news is we have fully staffed clerk's office, so hopefully.
I don't think it's their fault. I'm just saying that.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick update. Disappointing news on the Santa Clara, Santa Cruz roundtable. We had our roundtable meeting on Friday, and because the city's association has ended their fiscal agency, being a fiscal agent of the roundtable found no other viable kind of future but to disband. And I kind of committed informally to the roundtable that I would come back to council and work with staff to explore ways in the future to be able to hopefully reorganize the agencies on the roundtable to be able to continue that work moving forward. But if there's any members of the public who are interested in Palo Alto continuing to have a say in that, I would encourage them to participate on Wednesday evening. The SF roundtable is having their ad hoc committee meeting to discuss whether Palo Alto will be admitted as a member to the SFO roundtable. The recommendation as of now in the staff report at that ad hoc committee is no, for Palo Alto to not be included. And so I would encourage members of the public to speak at that meeting and encourage the roundtable to include Palo Alto.
Yeah, and on that topic, based on previous council policy, we are sending in a letter and requesting to be part of the SFO roundtable. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Cormack's comments. As the mayor and the staff know, I've repeatedly expressed a lot of concern on that we're doing our scheduling based upon wishful timeframes for items rather than our best estimate of realistic timeframes. And I think that we jeopardize our public engagement and our credibility as a body if we are too far off the mark on that. It's an imprecise science to be attempting to estimate the amount of time for items. And so we're never going to hit that exactly, but I think we need to lean on the side of realism rather than optimism.
Okay, and with that, I want to adjourn the meeting to our Good Samaritan heroes that we recognized many hours ago. Good night.